Welcome, everyone. I call the July 20th, 2021 Bothell Regular City Council meeting to order.
This meeting is being recorded.
I will now invite everyone to recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me. Please unmute your microphones and turn off your video while we display the banner. I'll give everyone a minute to do that. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of
the United
States of America and to the republic which stands one nation
under God,
God, indivisible, with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge the remote meeting format. Proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings is still in effect. Therefore, this meeting will be held entirely remotely. Public comment will be allowed both in writing or verbally. Sign-up sheets were provided by the City Clerk's office via a link in the agenda. At this point, we will take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position number. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
here.
Councilmember Thompson.
Here.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Here.
Councilmember McNeil.
Here.
Mayor Olson.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr. She's here. You're muted. And Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Meeting agenda approval tonight. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda? Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, I'd like to pull AB 21-106 from the consent.
All right. Seeing nothing else, we will move on to our staff briefings. I believe we have our Human Resources Director, Matt Pruitt, with the final review and approval of the position profile for the city manager recruitment.
Hey, Mayor, I'm sorry, I was in the hallway, and as you were talking, I don't know if you asked us to begin or not.
Please do, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I apologize about that.
No worries, it's a long hallway.
Yeah. So Heather Gantz from Novak Consulting Group is here to kind of discuss the recruitment brochure with you, and then talk about the next steps in the process for the recruitment of the city manager. As a reminder, all council members were sent the recruitment brochure about a week ago, and for the public's purpose, there is a copy of it in the packet this evening. And with that, I will give it to Heather to take it away.
Thanks, Matt. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see you all. As Matt indicated, we are at the point where we are discussing any necessary changes to the recruitment brochure. I received a couple of updates, a couple from staff to add the municipal court to as a department. That was an overlook on our part, Matt's as well. So apologize to all of the court folks. We didn't forget about you. We've got you added in there now. We also added a bullet around working collaboratively with the municipal courts and law enforcement leaders around restorative justice, your interest in that. So that was a bullet that was added as well. And then Councillor Thompson had suggested taking out some of the components related to the bullet on financial stability, primarily the last sentence, keeping it relatively simple around understanding and communicating the financial impacts of council decisions. So wanted to put that out there as well. And then there was a question around specifically calling out the public safety, police, fire, emergency services bullet. We've added the one around the municipal court. So that's a couple of different departments that have been referenced in the priorities section. Those were the comments that I've received to date. Wanted to open it up to anyone else that has any thoughts and or changes that they'd like to see before we move forward with the document. Anyone?
Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Well, I am always for succinctness. So could you quickly put my eyes on the recommendation by Councilmember Thompson? Like on where would I find it?
Are you looking at the branded version or the Word version?
The branded.
It is in the priorities section and third bullet. So it would be technically page 3 if you include the cover.
Okay. So take out the part, work to understand and communicate, or keep what part?
Remove the very last part of the sentence. So it would be work to understand and communicate the financial impacts of council decisions. So removing goals and projects and make necessary decisions to balance fiscal reality with the city's needs. Councillor Thompson, feel free to contribute as to your thinking on that as well.
I'm fine with either wording. I'm just, I would just like to know the thought behind it.
The thought process behind it when it says, understand and communicate the financial impacts of council goals and projects and make necessary decisions to balance fiscal reality with the city's needs. It just seemed to be worded in a way where it's like tell the council members that they can't have what they want because we don't have enough money. Is how that read to me. So if we say work to understand and communicate the financial impacts of council decisions, that's more broad. But I feel it communicates what we want very well.
I would agree with you. I'm good with that change.
Thanks, Matt, for pulling it up on the fly. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Thompson, you had your card up earlier.
Oh yeah, I just
related to that.
I was going to kind of chat through that and just explain myself.
All right. Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mayor Olson. So when I'm looking at, I'm sorry, I don't have a page number here, but it's called the community. So when we're talking about the community, we go down to the 4th paragraph. So are you all keeping track of where I'm at?
Yep, we're with you.
Okay, the city is home to the University of Washington Bothell, #1 in the state for value and quality by Money Magazine, and Cascadia. And then it goes on to talk about the Kroons. I think there's more important things to talk about for our university and our college than the Kroons.
Sure.
I mean, I just think we ought to talk a little bit more about Cascadia College and who they are or what they do and maybe how they're ranked instead of talking about crows. I don't know. That's just my opinion. You're all silent.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, we know how I feel about crows and sullying our wetlands. I'm not wedded to the crows either way. So it's, I'll just let council decide what they want to do on that. I mean, it is great to put something that makes us unique as a point of interest in the brochure. But I think that's the intent because it is pretty staggering to view that. But I'm good either way on that one.
Mayor, I think Matt has his hand raised as well. As I'm trying to scroll through to see everybody.
I know, me too.
Okay.
Matt.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the direction so Heather knows what to do. It sounds like we're okay with putting something in there related to more about Cascadia or the University of Washington Bothell. Is there a specific fact or something that we think we want to add to that? Or if not, it's completely fine. Heather and I can, there's lots of great facts about both of those institutions. We certainly can go find some things on our own to add into that if that's what the council desires.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Maybe we could just reference the phenomenal wetlands that has been a major attraction for a variety of wildlife, or, you know, the restored wetlands has become a major attraction point for a variety of wildlife. I don't know. Yeah, I know it's fallen flat. Sorry. That's the best I could do.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, yeah. I think what Jeanie was saying earlier is the crows are a unique aspect of this city, and I think putting it in there just to mention it about all the bird watchers and everything would be nice touch. Just the uniqueness of our little borough.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's an interesting fact, and it definitely is noticeable in the evenings whenever you're around campus or anywhere kind of in that corridor, crow corridor. Councilmember McAuliffe.
So I would be perfectly happy with talking about crows, but could you just put in one better line about Cascadia? Something about how they rank, or some fact that is not just mentioning their name. Maybe we could take out the line, many will bring a bottle of wine and find a good spot for the viewing, and just put in something about Cascadia.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would agree. I think having the comments in there about the crows, I think it's a staple of Bothell, but I think if we can find something to celebrate the Cascadia and the UW Bothell campus, I think that would be great as well.
Great.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other comments.
I was trying to scroll as well, so thank you. Matt, I think you and I have our marching orders on that one. We can pull it together in a wonderful capacity.
It's a great looking brochure.
There was some discussion amongst the team around adding a photo of downtown. Anyone have any particular thoughts on that? Are you comfortable with the images that are in the document? Would you like to see any changed or switched, or try and add? I don't know that we can add a little bit more. I think we're pretty tight on space, but wanted to also check that that you're comfortable with the images that show off the community.
Frozen at the moment. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I don't think you need to change any images because your image that has from the 4th of July parade shoots up Main Street. And that's quite a, you know, the eye sees what there is and travels up Main Street. So I think you have downtown there.
Councilmember Thompson.
I'm just happy you picked pictures of the lots that have buildings on them. So I'm good.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
At most, of the pictures are self-explanatory, but I feel like the one of the staff should at least have something on it that says, the staff, something about the value of our staff at City of Bothell, because I think it's a great picture. And Aaron, I love it. You're right in the middle. And you're short, so it's hard to find you. But I think we should at least title that picture. Maybe not. It's not necessary, but I just would like to say something about our staff.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. So it appears that there's something says July 20th, but it's hard to make out what that says. Am I seeing that correctly?
I think that's the council packet, Mark.
Like page 9, 438.
Yeah, I think that's for the council packet.
Okay, got it. I thought it was mentioning who that makes up this group, but I think it's a great looking photo. I agree. If there was something to designate, the diversity of the staff that we have at the city, and celebrate that a little bit, I think that would be great.
Okay, we can certainly do that. All right, anything else on the brochure? Right, so we'll move forward. Matt and I will get those changes made. Thank you so much for your input and all your contributions into this wonderful document. It came from all of your conversations. It came from the community survey input that we received. So it really truly is a community document. We will be ready to go live in the market at the end of August. August 23rd is our launch date. So hope you all get to enjoy some summer recess time, and we'll pick back up with the recruitment at the end of August, again, August 23rd. The position will be open and accepting applications, and I'll be engaging in conversations with candidates through September and into early October, with a target date of applicant materials, candidates applying by October 10th. And then we'll continue to move forward in the process. Matt and I will continue to keep you well informed. You'll probably see me pop into a council meeting or two and give an update as we move forward throughout the process. But if you have any questions at any time, I'm always available as well.
Great, thank you.
Great, good to see everybody. Have a wonderful evening and a good meeting. Take care.
Next item we have is a Civic Center block briefing. And I believe we'll have our Community Development Director, Michael Kattermann, and our Economic Development Manager, Jeanie Ashe.
So, good evening, Council. There's Mr. Kattermann. I'll let him start the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Sorry for the delay. I think I was coming down a virtual hallway. I'm not sure where I was for a while there. So tonight, Jean and I wanted to give you an update on a conversation and direction that the council gave to staff back in April regarding the Civic block property that the Bothell United Methodist Church had expressed interest in buying. And that evening, the council had discussed the offer and decided that that you did not want to sell the property at this time, that there were still some questions about what the future of that property might be. And also about the plans of the church itself for the future development of the project they're looking to develop in the downtown. So we wanted to give you an update on steps that we've taken so far, as well as some next steps. We're not looking for any specific direction from the council this evening. It's mostly an update, but if you have any questions or any other specific direction you'd like to give us, certainly we'd be open to that. Just Very briefly, a little bit about the site. So we're talking just about a portion of the remainder of the Civic block that's not yet developed. It's that roughly square area that's between the driveway and what I call the beaver fountain that's next to the plaza area. It's between 1/4 and 1/3 of an acre, so it's a little over 12,000 square feet. And currently it is part of the larger parcel that remains on the block, but there has been discussion among staff in the past of doing a boundary line adjustment and creating that as a separate parcel. As you may recall, that was part of the hotel development proposal a few years ago. That was going to be part of the building that they were proposing that would front on Bothell Way. Haven't done that in a long time. On Bothell Way as well as 183rd. When that project went away, there was some discussion on the part of the council about what the future use of that site, that particular smaller piece of the site should be. But there was really never an opportunity to come back and have a more in-depth discussion with the council about that. There are a lot of different uses that are allowed on the site, including the mixed use project and the types of uses that the church is proposing. And that is still a possibility. We've had several conversations now with the group from the church, as well as Sound Transit, about the possibility of doing that, what the church is proposing in conjunction with the park and ride that Sound Transit is considering on the P South property that the city also owns. So the initial conversation, we first approached the church group about that to see if they might be interested in considering that possibility. They expressed a potential interest. We had the same conversation with Sound Transit, and they also expressed an interest in continuing that conversation. So then we brought both parties together and talked more about what the pros and cons of that might be. One of the pros certainly being that if Sound Transit does purchase the property, they have the ability to make the remainder of the property that's not a park and ride available to an eligible developer. In other words, an entity that can do affordable housing under their provisions for their enabling legislation. That would make the property available at a reduced or no cost. So that is a real plus if that can work out, because then that makes the church's monies go a lot farther in terms of what they want to do for that project. So at this point, we are continuing those conversations. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with the Sound Transit project at this point because of the realignment discussion that's going on. So that's a big question mark. If for some reason that does not go forward, we would continue to have discussions with the church about the potential development or sale of the property to an affordable housing developer that would then incorporate the services, the community services portion of the project that they would like to do as well. And they're open to continuing that discussion. So we will continue to pursue that. Coming back to the Civic block property, which is still a possibility for what the church would like to do there. We've indicated, there's support for that. I think there are just questions about whether that's the right site and whether the city might have other plans or other needs for that site in the future. So what we're proposing going forward is that we put together a proposal for the council's discussion when you have more budget discussion in the fall. And if you decide to fund that particular study, then we would go forward and do some additional analysis on what the site development might look like under different scenarios, including the mixed use proposal that the church is talking about, as well as other mixed use proposals, possibly an office building, maybe a future civic use, and just see what the site feasibility would be, as well as what some of the market feasibility would be. And the church is open to doing that. They're also working with the Seattle King County Housing and Habitat for Humanity to do some scenarios as well for the P South, and I believe for the Civic block as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeanie to talk a little bit about what those studies might entail.
So what I want to briefly cover is what we do know based on a appraisal we had done at the beginning of the year. At that time, it was appraised for a mixed-use commercial development, which came back as the highest and best use. Now, highest and best use isn't a judgment call on the use. It's just a statement about how what type of return you would see if you were to sell that property. What we learned during that appraisal is a little bit of information about the market feasibility for mixed-use development in downtown. That the downtown neighborhood currently has a middle-class income demographic with a 2020 median household income of more than $97,000 per year within a 1 mile radius. And that the outlook is for a relatively stable performance with an increase in population. And that overall, Bothell is an established and stable neighborhood and has a strong retail market due to the favorable demographics, is a middle-class community with an average employment base and good proximity to other employment. What we don't know, which Michael was referring to when we're talking about studying it further, is we don't have any existing feasibility study for affordable housing and social services. The housing needs assessment for Bothell will be updated in the 2024 comp plan. And the last analysis was done by Ashe in 2015. So the data is outdated. And then the Bothell Planning Commission made some recommendations to council in 2017, and it identified the number of homelessness in East County. Now that's homelessness in the entire East County, not specific to Bothell. It also too included that study that the Planning Commission did also too included the current housing stock. So just to reiterate what Michael said about what we want to study is we want to understand this with the same depth of knowledge, what different scenarios will be, whether it's mixed use commercial, mixed use low income housing and services, or a park, or an office space, or or some sort of performing arts center. We would pick 5 different scenarios, and then ask for an analysis, not just on the market analysis, but the physical feasibility and the financial feasibility. Understand exactly what each project would cost, and then of course there would be the community outreach component to that.
And thank you, Jeanie. And our intent in doing these additional analyses or studies is really to bring more information to the City Council so that you can maybe narrow down the field of what you'd be interested in seeing there. And then we have that information that we can provide to the public and get better feedback from the public, because we'll have more information, maybe have a more limited menu of possibilities there. One concern I would have, having done a lot of public engagement over the years, is if you leave things too open-ended, you're going to get a lot of different ideas that many of which may not be feasible. So if we can provide better information as we go out to the public, will help better inform the council and your decision as to how you would like to proceed with the property. And we're looking at probably coming back sometime early next year, maybe spring of 22, to do that work. And with that, Jeanie and I would be happy to try to answer any questions that you have.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yeah. Got to put this thing down. I'm trying a new system here, so if you can't hear me, I'm sorry. I had a couple questions. The first one is that I think the latest chair's preferred alternative for Sound Transit has most of the parking projects pushed out decades. Do we assume that Sound Transit is going to be able to buy this property in the foreseeable future?
We're not making that assumption. No, we are simply moving forward with the understanding that they don't know at this point, and we're hoping that they will have a decision one way or the other sometime this year, so that then we can make some decisions about how we want to proceed with the property. We've always been clear with Sound Transit that the city is on its own schedule. We understand their interest. If we can work something out that would be beneficial to the city and give them the opportunity to build the park and ride with affordable housing, we've been consistent in our discussions with Sound Transit over the years that we will require affordable housing as part of that project. Then we'll proceed on that basis. If Sound Transit is not moving forward with the park and rides on the schedule that you had talked about, and I've heard similar information, then we will make another decision and move forward. We have had interest from several affordable housing developers on that property. So if Sound Transit is not a part of that project, there are others that I think could partner with the church to do their project as well.
Okay. It doesn't always seem like that. It seems like we're just sort of assuming that we're going to sell it to Sound Transit, and like inertia is really powerful. So I just want to make sure we're clear that that's not an assumption that we're making. And I also I'm struck by the difference in how we talk about the Civic Center lot versus how we talk about P South. You know, I wrote it down, understand with a depth of knowledge of what all the options could be and really dig into kind of exactly what we could do there on that spot. And it seems like we're treating that spot differently than we're treating P South. And I guess, could you speak to that?
And I think that's a fair characterization, because we've always been working under the understanding that P South would be sold for some type of development. That's been, I think, the assumption from when the city bought the property over 10 years ago. With the Civic block, it's a little bit different, just because that is potential future development for civic uses. The decision had already been made about what would happen along Bothell Way. The hotel was one project that was considered there. The vision for downtown is pretty clear about the frontage along Bothell Way and what types of uses we want to see there. The vision doesn't necessarily translate the same to that smaller portion that's part of the Civic block. The other thing that I'm looking at from a planning standpoint and a land use standpoint is whether residential would necessarily be the most appropriate use on that property, given the future programming that we've been talking about for civic activities, social activities, other types of concerts and markets and things like that would occur right next door on the plazas. So residential, may work just fine there, but there also may be some downsides to that, and maybe some other type of use would work better. So
Okay.
Those are the types of questions that we'd like to delve into a little bit more deeply.
Okay, I thought when the church came, they had talked about having that first floor be like open and something that could be open and a resource for the community during that type of event. I didn't think there was going to be residential on the first floor.
Not on the first floor, but above.
Okay.
the first floor.
Okay. Cool. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
I just want to be clear. So P South and the Civic Center are both going to have different scenarios that you're going to bring to us. Is that correct? Both of them?
We would be looking just at the Civic block as part of these studies. P South is pretty much working on its own schedule.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
Okay, we will come back to you in the fall with more detailed proposals on just what those studies would entail, and ask for your direction or approval to proceed at that time. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you both. We'll now move on to fireworks briefing, and we'll have Police Chief Ken Seuberlich and our Fire Chief Bruce Kroon.
Ken. All right, sorry. Just delayed to log in. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. Tonight, I have a brief firework update for you to kind of give you the idea of the numbers and the number of calls for service that we responded to, both with police and fire. And I've got my partner in crime, the fire chief. So going back to this year, again, we had an emergency proclamation where we banned fireworks. Our job from law enforcement standpoint this year was to really take an ambassador approach with our community to educate and to help our community understand the importance of obeying the new rules, the new ban that we put in place. A number of people were unaware that a ban was in place. A number of people that we contacted would actually bring up sites on their phone saying, well, no, it's legal in Bothell. So there was a lot of education that took place this year. And like every year, we had a special fireworks enforcement team that went out and actually worked the streets. Captain Darren Tempe, Officer Phillips and myself worked the 4th of July and made those contacts out in the field. This year, for July 4th, we had 49 firework complaints on the 4th of July. Probably about a third of those were on view by myself and the other officers that were out working that evening, and make contact with those individuals out there at that time and tell them that they could no longer set those off, that we have a ban in place. That is down a couple calls from last year. Last year we had 51 and a high back 2015, 2016, which was up in the 70s, 70 to 74 calls for service, typically on a 4th of July. So we're trending down. That's good news. The 3rd of July, we had 4 calls for service, which is really low for fireworks. And then on the 5th of July, we had 9, which is 1 more than the previous year. So in total, those numbers are relatively low. That's not to say that we didn't have pockets within the city that were very loud. And that is a little problematic when we're out there driving around trying to actually find where the fireworks are being set off. Typically we'll get calls that, you know, our area is a war zone is probably the best quote, and we'll respond out there and we'll try to find exactly the culprits that are letting those off. We had a couple that needed a fairly stern talking to, but everybody else was very understanding and typically put those fireworks away once we made contact. Again, one of the challenges with this is we actually have to on-view this. We have to see them. Typically, we're not getting statements from neighbors that, yes, that's my neighbor over there, and yes, he was letting them off, and fill out a statement right there at the scene. That makes for some challenging neighborhood disputes, and we don't want to encourage that either. In addition to that, I'd like to report that we didn't receive any reports of property damage. I'll let the fire chief chime in. I don't know if they received any. And we didn't respond to any injuries this year. So that is all really positive news. So not to say that we didn't have some loud areas, but my experience working the 4th of July and being on a firework team for over 10 years, this was much quieter than most of them that I've worked. Chief?
Yes, I would. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So I would echo the chief's statements exactly. It was very, very reduced call volume in regards to fireworks than we've seen in the past. We went ahead and upstaffed an engine for 24 hours like we typically do on the 4th in anticipation of the dry weather and whatnot. I'm sure the fireworks ban was played into it, and I know the King County Fire Marshal and our Fire Marshal and everybody around was really playing up the hot weather and be careful with fireworks and all that. I'm sure all that played into it. We had the total time. We track between July 1 and July 5 is usually the firework time. We tracked all that, and we had 94 calls in that time, which is a little bit high than normal, but not unhigh for that period. And on the actual July 4th, we had 25 calls for service. Normally we have like 16 to 20, so it's a higher day, but not out of the complete ordinary. What was very unusual is we only had 2 fireworks related calls on the 4th. Normally we get between 4 and 6, and one was a false call and one was a brush fire at 1:30 in the morning. And no injuries. I know we had an injury last year, so that was greatly reduced. So we did see a positive impact in that. People were, for the most part, behaving themselves. I know Chief Seuberlich and his crew were finding some folks, and there were fireworks going off, but we did well in that regard. And that's all I have. If there's any questions for Chief Seuberlich or myself on that.
Councilmember Thompson.
Sorry. Thank you both for coming and giving us the report tonight. It sounds like the fireworks ban that we did had a positive impact, and I really appreciate hearing that. Chief Seuberlich, I had one question for you. It's my understanding that in the municipal code, there's really only one thing that you can actually do aside from give a stern talking to, and that's criminal. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Following our code, it's an arrestable offense. So the least level we can go to is a misdemeanor. which goes on your criminal record.
If we change that as part of the conversation around fireworks that's coming back in the fall, are there any suggestions you'd make that you think would make it easier for you to enforce as we go, a couple of years into this with fireworks not being legal?
That is an excellent question. Yes. One of the things that I've already talked to our city attorney on is trying to come up with a way to create an infraction to deal with this at a much lower level. I will tell you, I really struggle with this being a criminal offense for when somebody can go down and buy safe and sane fireworks and let them off. That I don't think that meets the goal of what we're trying to do in the community, and it definitely doesn't build bridges between law enforcement and the community members when you show up at their barbecue and you write, arrest dad for possession of a fountain. So yeah, an infraction would be a great way to go. And we can do something staggered where it's an infraction for the first offense. And if we have to go back later that night, because sometimes those things happen, then we can make that a misdemeanor and charge through the court. But that's what I'd like to see.
I mean, that seems like a great idea to me because, nobody wants to haul dad off to jail because he has some sparklers in his hand. Like, that's not what we're going for here. We just kind of want it to be a safe place to live. So I don't know what the process is to change that or what that looks like, but I would have a lot of interest in changing that and just giving our police department more tools to do their job well.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. I appreciate that.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yes, I just wanted to ask what other municipalities around us do. So there's been, some of the cities have had fireworks banned for quite a while in some of the counties. So,
that may be a better question for our city attorney. I'm not really familiar with what other police departments are doing when it comes to this. I know it's typically on the lower level, but maybe our city attorney has some info.
Unfortunately, I don't. I don't know what the other municipalities are doing. It's definitely something we can look into when we bring this back, when we bring this item back for further discussion on fireworks in the fall.
thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chiefs, for coming in and giving us an update. I'm so excited to hear that we didn't have any injuries and no loss of property. It's amazing having heard what was going off around the area that actually happened. So that's great news. When we talk about this in fall, I'd love to hear any of the updates from other municipalities around us on, if they had any property damages or injuries, things like that, specifically in the areas that are already banned. And then if possible, if we can find out from the cities like Auburn and others that have not banned them, that have a limited ban, safe and sane, be curious to find out what they do have as legal. So, I'm not saying chiefs have to find out that information, but I'd be just curious to have that brought back to us to help us in that decision-making process on what, should or should not be banned or at least made available that public can light off some safe, sane fireworks. So, but I do appreciate you guys and thank you for your service on the 4th. And keeping us safe.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo what was said. Appreciate the information. I definitely know our community was very interested in hearing what you found out, what happened on the evening. So thank you again for that information, and thank you for all the hard work you both did on that evening. Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. I just wanted to give thanks for the report. I wasn't here, but I heard it was still pretty noisy. And I love the idea of finding some way for it not to be, a crime, but to write tickets or some sort of mechanism for infraction so that there is something behind it, because I do think, stern talking tos are great, but they only go so far as changing behavior. So I'm in full support of finding some mechanism to do a little bit more and not have people be charged. So appreciate anything you can bring back as far as recommendations. And thanks to everyone who put in the hours and worked on July 4th.
Thank you.
All right, seeing nothing further, thank you both. Next item we have is council committee reports. Does anyone have a report they would like to make? Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, there's a couple reports I'd like to talk about. One was on the Arts Committee. Professors Gilden and Ortiz from University of Bothell and Cascadia want to put together a pandemic memorial that is Bothell-centric and an interactive piece, and they asked the Arts Committee to help them out a little bit on that, and I thought that was pretty cool. And then, if I'm not mistaken, later on this summer, we're going to have a chalk art thing where kids can just get a handful of chalk art and just go to town. So something to look forward to. On the WIRA 8, there was a number of things that were going on there. Our fee is going to be increased a little bit to 2.5% for funding. That's about 17K. But we also have the Piper Crest Back 9 edition on the Wayne Golf Course that they're going to be doing next year. That project's going to cost about $750,000, and it's coming out of Conservation Futures. So thanks, Andy Rayum, for being the mayor and pushing that through. It's going to come to fruition next year. That's all I had.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yeah, just an LTAC update. There is going to be, Bandwango is doing a check-in challenge that's encouraging people to come, more local people to come and participate in the businesses in downtown, where you can earn prizes all the way up to a weekend stay. So people who love Bothell and live in Bothell, they should participate in this. And then one thing that I wanted to pass on, and it's more of a community kind of service message, is the hoteliers and the restaurants were talking, and they're up to full running capacity, but it's not technically full because they can't get people to come in and staff. So they're only running at about 50% capacity that they were doing before the pandemic. And the problem is they can't get they can't hire people. What they have going right now are people who phone in and say, "Are you hiring?" And that's all they hear from them, just so they can check that box that they look for. This I'm just saying what these businesses are reporting. It comes across as just checking the box that they were looking for a job. There's no follow-ups on jobs. So they're running at 50%, and their request, and they are losing some of their current employees because customers, this is where I'm pleading to people of Bothell, are coming in cranky because they're not getting service fast enough. Things aren't up to what they expect from pre-pandemic level. And so people are quitting. The employees that they do have are quitting because they're getting abused from the customers. So be nice to our servers. And then I wrote a quote from one of the LTAC members who said, "It's like a second pandemic. It's a disaster. It's worse because the government no longer supports business." So people who are out supporting our businesses, be mindful that they've got a lot of work that they're struggling to give a sense of normal to everyone. So that's my report on LTAC.
Thank you. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just have one update tonight on PIC. Hopefully everybody got my my notes, minutes that I took during the meeting. But just a couple general updates, a couple action items. One is the just kind of a good note would be that all the King County library systems are fully open and operational now. That's exciting news to have them all open. There's a Metro Plan updates and guiding principles action item. So if everybody could take a look at that, give some feedback to city manager, interim city manager, that would be great. Like to hear from you guys on that so that I can report back to PIC in September. And if we can do that prior to, then I can make sure that we get all of our comments in. And then lastly, just a highlight red note, Monday, July 26th, noon to 1, there is King County redistricting presentation. So hopefully we can all be paying attention to that because I know it's important to us here in the city of Bothell. So if any questions or comments, please let me know, but did send my meeting updates and notes to that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. And I just wanted to compliment the Arts Commission for painting the ecology blocks going into Main Street on both sides. They look wonderful. And I just want to say thank you.
All right, we will move on to visitor comments. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Olson. We received 3 written comments for general comment and no submittals to speak live tonight. So the first written comment was from Sarah Gustafson. She wrote regarding concerns about the K-9 proposal on the agenda this evening. We also received one from David Leviton, who also has concerns about the K-9 proposal. And then we received one from Robin Egbert, who wrote in support of the K-9 proposal. As I said, we did not receive anybody that wanted to submittal for anybody who wanted to speak live tonight, but if there's anybody in the audience, please use the raise your hand function and we will panel you in for 3 minutes. Give me just a second, see if we got anybody who's wanting to do that. I am not seeing anybody, Mayor Olson.
All right, thank you. So we will move on to our next item, consent agenda. We had one item pulled, AB 21-106. So the approval of an interlocal agreement between the city of Bothell and Woodinville Fire and Rescue for the purpose of storing reserve fire engine. Councilmember Agnew, you pulled this one?
Yes, I did. I'd like to talk to the fire chief a little bit about it. It seems like the engine that we're going to be moving is the engine from Snow 10 that they purchased. And I was wondering, can we take it out of the district and move it there?
I'm sorry. When I got brought into the meeting, I went nowhere and I missed what you were saying.
It's okay, Chief. What I was saying is I pulled this because I know that the engine we're talking about was purchased by Snow 10. And I was wondering if there was anything in our contract with them purchasing an engine, if we can take it out of the district.
I don't believe there is on that. And just to give the council, I think that the background's in there, but essentially what's going on is during the rebuild, we have parking is a absolute premium around because we're trying to do everything on the site, right? The construction, the firefighters, and it's a madhouse. So we looked for ways to reduce the impacts of parking. One of those was our reserve rigs, which we by definition don't need at that time, but we do need them occasionally. So we asked other jurisdictions if they had space, and they were very willing to help us out. And so yes, we will be having spare rigs when they're not in use at different facilities. To your question, Councilmember Agnew, specifically, the intent we will likely do with the District 10 rig, which I believe is 8414, I never get their numbers right. That rig will probably be at, for the most part, Station 51 at North Shore for the fire. We have 2 fire academies back to back. One starting at the end of August, 1st of September, then one in February. And we have done this before. We've moved rigs, reserve rigs to the academy to assist with the firefighters in the academy. We'll have 3 firefighters there in both academies. And so that's the plan right now, is to have that rig when it's available at the academy, and then the other engine would be at Station 31 in Woodinville.
Okay, so that's basically still serving the district, in other words.
Absolutely, yes, and they're available for service at any time. We can get them at any time from the stations. The hold harmless agreement is great. We check with insurance. That was a good question that came up, and yes, it's covered by insurance. There's no problem with that. And this is especially the Station 51. This is kind of something we do. I want to say on during academies for sure, and for certain training, we bring rigs over there and train off of our rigs over at 51s.
Back-to-back academies.
Yeah. Well, this is a one-time thing. We normally have an academy in the summer, and we've decided to go to a winter academy. The consortium will probably just have one academy a year, but to get to that point, they did one in the fall like we normally do, and then they're going to do one in the winter, and they won't do that again. It'll just be one in the winter is the plan going forward. So yeah, this is a busy schedule, but once it's over, we'll kind of get back to normal.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. So I'll look for a motion. Councilmember Agnew.
I motion that we authorize the city manager to execute an ILA between the city of Bothell, Woodinville Fire and Rescue in substantially the same form as presented.
Councilmember Dewar.
Second.
All right, thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Agnew for the recommended action with a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Mayor, if I may have a moment, I keep getting kicked in and out of the meeting, and I think I'm going to vote yes, but I have no idea what we're voting on.
I'll read it back real quick. So we were doing a motion on AB 21-106, the approval of an interlocal agreement between the city of Bothell and Woodinville Fire and Rescue for the purpose of storing a reserve fire engine. Councilmember Agnew made a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the ILA between the city of Bothell and Woodinville Fire and Rescue in substantially the same form as presented. And we had a second by Councilmember Dewar on that.
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe,
Aye.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Mayor Olson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr,
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move on to the balance of the consent agenda. Councilmember Agnew.
I move we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Councilmember Dewar.
A second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Agnew to approve the remainder of the consent agenda as presented with a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Mayor Olson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr,
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. So we'll now move on to a public hearing for AB 21-110, consideration of an ordinance adopting multifamily tax exemption program. So I will now open the public hearing and I will call on our own senior planner, David Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're bringing to you tonight the multifamily tax exemption code amendments that have been a long time in the works. We had hoped to bring them to you last year, but between Canyon Park and the pandemic that has been delayed. But we're very happy to be bringing them forward at this time. I am going to share my screen. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Before I get started, I wanted to acknowledge the support that we've had from Arch, and particularly Mike Stanger has been very instrumental in getting us to this point. I'd also like to acknowledge that you have received 3 new written comments on this item. Those would be Exhibit 4 from Gregory Miller, Exhibit 5 from Ray Thomas, and Exhibit 6 from Randy Banneker. So I will go ahead with presentation. The purpose is to establish a Bothell multifamily tax exemption program to promote development of affordable housing by the private sector. And through this presentation, we're including some projects that used MFTE in surrounding communities, like this one in Redmond, which use of the MFTE did produce 10 units that are affordable to households earning 60% of the area median income. The basis in state law comes from Chapter 84.14 of the Code of Washington, which authorizes short-term exemptions from property taxation for the value of the new housing construction in designated residential target areas, or RTAs. Together, these are known as multifamily tax exemptions, or MFTEs. Our previous focus that we came to you with and discussed with Planning Commission was on RTAs focused on our activity centers. The proposal, as we got into this further, we decided in the proposal to include all zones that allow multifamily zoning, multifamily housing, as shown on the map here in the purple shade. This avoids having to map and revise targeted areas as multifamily zones are altered. It responds to a council suggestion at our last time this was discussed with you to include multifamily areas along 522 west of downtown. And in general, it does incrementally increase opportunities for affordable housing and maximizes our ability, or developers' ability, to use MFTEs. Also previously, we discussed in terms of the duration of the exemption, the focus had been on the 12-year exemption, which was seen as giving us the biggest bang for the buck. But as we, again, got deeper into this, into the analysis, we realized that the 8-year exemption can most easily be paired with our current mandatory requirements in downtown and in Canyon Park, and provides another option for developers. So again, it includes some additional flexibility. So we're moving forward with a proposal that includes both 8-year and 12-year exemptions. The duration of affordability is an issue that we didn't bring to council before. The tax exemption is limited to 8 or 12 years, but our proposed regulations retain affordability of the units for the life of the project. This is a provision that's been used successfully in Kirkland, Redmond, and Kenmore. This was the strong recommendation of Arch to go with a affordability for the life of the project. And and we think it is defensible. The analysis in terms of the balance of benefits between the benefit to the property owners of the tax exemption and the benefit to the community of the affordable units indicates that with this affordability for the life of the project, it still is a benefit for the private development. And it also makes it easier to pair with our mandatory provisions, which are already written into the code as affordable for the life of the project. Now, the number and level of affordability is where a lot of the analysis has gone on this. And we have winnowed that down to what we hope is a fairly readable and understandable table here that is actually straight out of the code. And so it has different percentages of units and affordability levels for different types of housing products, either micro apartments or other types of dwelling units, and for different durations of the tax exemption, whether 8 or 12 years. So just to give an example, I know there are a lot of numbers that are included in this this code and the presentation, but example 1 in blue there for a micro apartment project with a 12-year exemption, they would be required to make 50 or 20% of the units affordable to households earning 50% of the area median income. So a single person, and these apartments are very small studio apartments. So in all likelihood, they would be occupied by single people. At that income level, it would be about a little over $40,000 a year of income, and they would pay no more than $1,012 a month for the micro apartment in the areas that already have affordable housing requirements. So that's just one example. Another example for standard apartment units with a 12-year exemption, again, in areas that already have affordable housing requirements. A family of 4 with a household income of just over $69,000 a year would pay $1,800 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment. And that's at 60% of the area median income. So those are 2 examples. We certainly have more of these kinds of numbers that we can provide if you want to get into more of the details, but that gives an idea of how these provisions will work. The management of the program and of appeals is the program in general would be managed in coordination with Arch, and that includes establishing the required agreements and monitoring for compliance. The effective date of the proposed ordinance is September 20th, which is to allow the city and Arch staff to put together the procedures and forms in place. So everything will be ready to go on that date. And as far as appeals, our proposal is to have the hearing examiner handle appeals, which is consistent with similar programs and permitting processes. The proposal does not address the use of MFTE for rehab projects, for ownership housing, or for historic preservation. Those are all things that may, in fact, be useful, and they can be added at a later date. But the vast majority in the communities that Arch has worked for, even where they have put those provisions in place, there has been little or no use of those provisions. The vast majority of these projects are going to be new residential developments. So we wanted to get those regulations in place as soon as we could, and then we could do the additional analysis to come up with provisions for these other types of MFTEs in the future if desired. And then in lieu fees, the proposal only uses in lieu fees for partial unit requirements. There was some discussion to not even include that and requiring rounding up. But for small developments that might only be required to provide less than 1 unit or between 1 and 2 units, rounding up could have created significant hardships. So the in lieu fee is a more fair way to address those fractional requirements for especially for smaller projects. So with that, I welcome council questions, clarifications, and then the council can open up for public testimony. I know we have one person who has expressed an interest in testifying, and move on to deliberations and a motion and vote to approve the recommended action. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and open it up for questions.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dave, for the explanation. I'm really excited about having this program in place. A couple years ago, I took a tour of South Seattle, and without fail, every major affordable housing location that we visited, the number one thing that we were told that made those housing projects pencil out for affordable housing was the MFTE. And so I'm really excited. I think this will be a good thing for Bothell and for getting some equity in housing. But I wondered I think one of the key things for the public to understand is how it works in terms of taxation, particularly that it's the state that's giving up taxes. So I wondered if you could just review that carefully so that residents understand that it's not really the city of Bothell that's giving up taxes. It's really mainly the state that's giving up the property tax. So I think that's important in case there are any people that are worried about, obviously we have a structural deficit with the city budget. And so alleviate those fears if you could.
I will try, and I can also defer to Mike Stanger and if you want a more detailed explanation. But in fairly simple terms, the tax deferral, and you're right, the city doesn't give up tax revenue. The tax abatement basically. They're relatively, even if this program is successful, beyond our wildest expectations, there'll be a relatively limited number of projects that take advantage of this compared to the overall property tax base in the city. So there will be some incremental shift of tax burden to the general tax base. But since the general base is so much larger, the impact is relatively small on any single property. Also, the exemption is really on the new value added, so it's not on the land value. That's where it gets a little more complicated. Exactly what the basis is when you apply the exemption. But it's not a total write-off of property taxes as well.
Councilmember Thompson.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Councilmember Dewar. Dave, I just wanted to say thank you. I think all of your recommendations that came from the planning department and the planning commission are spot on. I appreciate this. I'll be voting for all of the staff recommendations tonight, and I'm really excited to get this thing in the water.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And you're right, we have been waiting a while for it. So thank you for sticking with it. I do have a question. Do you think that with those pieces where in our zoning where we require a certain amount of the housing to be affordable, will there kind of be a blanket application of people looking for applying for MFTEs on this? I would assume yes, but is that something that where the affordable housing is mandated, MFTE pursuing that is tied in with it?
Yes, we've written the code so that that any of those projects that have required affordable housing in certain downtown districts and in the residential districts in Canyon Park, or the districts that allow residential development in Canyon Park, any of those would be able to apply for the 8-year MFTE without any additional requirements, and we've calculated that into the percentages, and then we've also tried to establish the percentages for the 12-year exemption to make those even more attractive and encourage developers to go for those. But that would be an additional step and require additional affordability.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add a few comments and then I'll allow, I'll just drop giving my 2 bits in on this. There's so many pieces I like about it. The 8 and 12-year options make sense from what your presentation. The hearing examiner makes sense. That keeping those units affordable for the life of the project also make sense. I would be interested in seeing rehab discussion happen later. And I would love, we talked yesterday about ADUs being able to do something along this line to incentivize ADUs. I don't know if MFTEs would be a tool for that, but I would love something that would incentivize people to take their existing housing and find putting ADUs easier. So I think, and I love the piece of it applying to all multifamily. It just puts a nice wash of housing availability throughout Bothell, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve. So thank you for putting that piece in as well.
I'll just respond. As far as the ADUs go, the MFTE legislation is only meant for multifamily properties. So, but we do have on the docket some to take another look at ways to make ADUs more reduce barriers for ADUs and encourage more of them.
I appreciate that. I've been hearing rumblings and some creative ideas going on. And so I'm eager to hear what bubbles up for council.
Councilmember McNeil there you are.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's my background, but sometimes it might be hard to see the card. Thank you, Mayor, and David. Thank you for the presentation tonight and the update today. Exciting news. Excited to hear about the program, learn more about the program, and the work that we're going to be doing here in Bothell to create affordable housing for our community and within our community. I had a couple questions, and we kind of touched on it today about finding that right balance. But I love the approach of applying this to multifamily zones. Love the approach, looking at the differences between the 8 and the 12 years. And thank you, Councilmember Dorr, for bringing up, where is the taxation coming from? How is that applied? Who's paying for it? I think that's important for our community to understand. And ultimately, I believe this is a voluntary program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it takes us working together, being creative, similar to last week. We heard about the project that we partnered with up north and with a developer to create a wonderful historic preservation of a project. So once again, being creative and working with developers, I think, is how we can create affordable housing. The questions I have around the balance, you brought up a couple projects, one in Redmond, one in Kirkland, I think, on the presentation on the slideshow, that showed 10 units at 60%. And I'm kind of trying to wrap my mind around, how do you find the right balance? You've got a Redmond project that's at 60%, and you got a Kirkland project that's at 50%. No two communities are the same. However, we're all trying to create affordable housing, and trying to find that approach. I think the recommendation is, can you explain how you came up with the recommendation that you did?
I will try, and if you feel like you need more detail, we can call on Mike Stanger, who did those analyses. But basically, we had gotten direction from council and from Planning Commission when they looked at the target areas that the desire was to get as many units as possible and to do what we could to get the affordability levels as low as possible. For the mandatory programs, that is based on the amount of additional capacity that is created by either a zoning change or a code change. Or in the case of Canyon Park, they also calculated in the benefit to the developer of the reduced parking requirements. And then those are all factored in with development on the scale that can be done in those zones to determine how big of a benefit that is, and to balance that with and to make sure that the requirement, what we're asking for, still gives the developer some benefit, that we're not taking all of that benefit for the public good of creating affordable housing. So that's why you'll see different percentages in different situations. If we were able to raise the height limits by 2 stories instead of 1, we would be able to either require more units or require affordability at a lower level, for example.
Okay, and so creating that balance, creating that percentage, one could look at I think it's the state is the 80%. Am I correct with that percentage?
For the 12-year MFTE, the state minimum is 20% of the units at 80% AMI.
Okay, and so when you go, and I'm not sure when you reference the Kirkland 19 units is at 50% AMI, is that 19 of the units within that project, or is that a 19 unit project?
It'd be a percentage of the units in the project. I don't have the full details on that one, but it's I'm guessing that it's 20% of the units in the project.
Okay, so the 19 would be 20% of the units, and those 19 units are at 50% AMI. So I am looking at that correctly?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so if, let's say we move forward the recommendation, if we find that it's not incentivizing, or it's creating an amendment, this is a code amendment that would be hindering developers from developing then would we change that to maybe the percentages, or how would that work?
Well, the MFTE program itself shouldn't hinder any development. I guess some could argue that if the developer was planning on using MFTE but didn't think that thought that the requirements were too high, they may not move forward with the project. I guess that's a possible scenario, but none of this is cast in stone. We can come back and make adjustments, as Bellevue recently did with their MFT program. But we're confident. We're relying on Arch's experience. They've been managing MFT programs now for several years in Redmond, Kirkland, Kenmore, Woodinville, Bellevue. So we're relying on that experience, and we're confident that we've got a workable program, but we can always come back and make adjustments.
Fabulous. And do we have any projects that are currently slated to use this program?
We certainly have had interest, and I think we may be hearing from one developer that is intending to use this in a downtown project.
Okay, so we're going to hear from that developer in upcoming meeting, or?
No, it's in who signed up to testify in tonight's meeting when you go to public testimony.
Okay, so we'll learn more. We'll learn more from a developer's point of view. Okay. And then I guess lastly, I just, in kind of just thinking about this whole picture and the success that we could potentially have, in talking to other leaders around the region, I think that we're moving in the right direction, but I think, I've heard different numbers, different percentages, and I just want to ensure that, we look at how that will help within our community, what that percentage really needs to be to find that right balance. Because the last thing I think we want to do is put something forward that would hinder. And again, it's not really hindering because they really don't need to do the program in the first place. But I think our ultimate goal is to find ways to work with the development community, and hopefully we'll hear from them on what that balance should look like or could look like in order for them to proceed with projects. Because I think ultimately, if we have no projects, then we're really not creating affordable housing. So I think it's important that we find ways to work together. And again, I just want to thank you for your hard work, David. And I know we've had a long-standing relationship with Arch, and so I just look forward to the days where we can actually say that we're starting to check that box where we're creating affordable housing within the city of Bothell.
And I thought of one other response in terms of developer input. There are two exhibits. I think it's exhibit 2 and 3 in your packet. One from a prospective developer here in downtown Bothell, and one from Randy Banneker of the Realtors group. So they address many of your questions there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Would it be premature to say I move the recommended action, or do we have to go through each one?
It is slightly premature. We do have some public testimony to go to first. So I will do that now. City Clerk.
Thank you. As Mr. Boyd alluded to, we did receive 3 written comments, which have been added to the exhibit list which will be added to the exhibit list. The first one was from Ray and Karen Thomas, and they wrote regarding the GDC amendments and the MFTE parking amendments. And then we also heard from Greg Miller and Randy Banneker on this issue. And then we do have one person that has signed up to speak this evening, and that is Flora. So Mr. Flora, if you can hear me, you have 3 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I have bronchitis, so bear with me. So I built a 44-unit micro project in Seattle about 5 years ago. The affordability level was 65% in the Seattle program at that time, and the 12-year rent limitation expired simultaneously with the 12-year tax abatement. About 3 years ago, maybe 4 now, another partner and I built an 81-unit micro project in Shoreline, and the City of Shoreline's program is very similar to the one being proposed tonight, but it's 70%. And and the rent limitations expire at again, at 12 years, they don't go on forever. So I can just tell you now, and I don't know who the developers are that are going to sign up when they are going to get a 12-year tax abatement, but have a lifetime rent restriction. It's just mind-boggling. I haven't been able to pencil that out. And so presently we purchased, maybe a year ago, we purchased 2 building lots on Beardsley across from Husky Village. And our intention is to build 181 micro units. And we, I've been working with Dave and others at the city to get that launched. And we were hoping for a totally different outcome in the percentage of the AMI levels, other than different from what is being proposed tonight. And so I'm the component where the rent restriction stays in place for the duration of the longevity, the duration of the project is a deal killer. Yeah, absolutely, I would never do that. And maybe there's these institutional builders who build projects and then they sell, giant projects, sell those off to pension funds and insurance companies and real estate investment trusts. But at the mom and pop level, which we are, it just isn't going to work. We would have to pull the plug on the project, and we're proposing 220 affordable units on our site on Beardsley. So if you take a traditional unit mix building, you would have to build 900 units to get 181 affordable units. In our micro housing model, every unit is affordable just by the nature of the size and so forth. It fits into.
Thank you, Mr. Flora. Your time is up.
70. Can I say one more thing?
That's up to the mayor, but.
Please finish your thought.
Okay, I hope you don't approve it in its current form. It needs to be revised, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have another person who wishes to speak, Dick Paler. So we'll give us a minute. We'll panel him in. Dick, whenever you're ready, you can start, and you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Paler, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. I've been working with Bart and his partner trying to help them along in this project. And I spent some time looking at your housing strategy, and I know that there's a high priority on doing more to increase the supply of affordable housing in the city. But I also think that each one of the council members would agree that if you pass the MFTE in its current form and no developer opts to utilize it, that's a failure. That's a waste of the staff time to get it to this point. Yes, you can amend it, But on the other hand, as Councilmember Dewar has pointed out to you all, or actually Dave, this doesn't cost the city any money. And so I think, especially when you start with this, starting at a higher percentage, instead of 50%, move it to 65%, and don't let the restrictions last for a lifetime, because as you just heard from Bart, they won't build this project as the MFT is currently proposed. The changes to make it work for them would move the 50% up to 65%, and then have the rent restrictions end when the tax exemption ends. That makes it work. Again, it doesn't cost the city any money to do that. So I can't think of why you wouldn't want to err on the side of making it easier for a developer to come in this program and deliver affordable units in the city. Lower income levels, that's what nonprofit developers and public housing is meant to serve, the lowest of the income levels. This is one where there's no public money involved. There's no other subsidies involved. It's all, Bart and his partner put up all the money, take all the risk. I would think you'd want to do as much of that as you could. And so providing a little more flexibility for the developer, I think is the right thing to do. And just so you know, the King County Housing Authority, which owns most of what little affordable housing in the city, rents units at up to 80% of the AMI. So, and those, they built those projects or purchased those projects with public money. Again, nonprofit developers, public housing should be where you look to provide affordable housing at the lowest income levels. But otherwise, I think it's going to be a win for the city if you loosen it up enough to make sure that you get applications. And if you get too many applications, you can move pretty quickly to dial it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paler. That is why this is going on. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It won't stop. There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. That's the last I have on the public comment.
Thank you. Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. David, thank you for your presentation. I want to know, given what I've just heard from Mr. Bart and Mr. Paler, when you look at the other cities, are we in line with what their requirements are? With the two things, first of all, the percentages and also the lifetime of the project. Those would be my two main questions.
I think we are in line with what other cities are now requiring. The percentages that Mr. Flora cited were historical percentages. Mike Sanger tells me that now the city of Seattle for MFTE requires housing at 40% of AMI, so even lower than what we're proposing. So these numbers have evolved over time, and I think we are in line with certainly with what other East Side communities are requiring now.
And the lifetime of the project for the exemption?
Again, that's in line with what Kirkland, Redmond, Kenmore, and Woodinville are requiring now.
Does that mean, I guess I have to clarify a little bit, does that mean that the exemption would be in place for the lifetime of the project? Does that mean that the rents cannot increase?
No.
Okay.
First, the exemption isn't in place for the lifetime of the project. It's in place for 8 or 12 years. The rents will rise as area median income rises. And those adjustments are made periodically as part of the management of these programs.
Thank you for that clarification.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, I made a note and didn't reference it at all, but our speaker spoke to it, and I made a comment here that that I was disappointed to see that 80 to 100% AMI is once again kind of ignored. And I don't know if we stick with the lifetime of the project, how about raising, especially where it's at 70? Is that what I saw? Some of the projects were 70% AMI. How badly would it hurt us to raise the AMI on those if we stick with a lifetime of the project?
Well, those are the kinds of adjustments we could make, and I guess I would recommend that if the council is inclined to make those kinds of adjustments, that we bring this back, do that analysis, and bring back that we get your direction if that is indeed the consensus of the council. I don't want to make those adjustments kind of on the fly here.
I can appreciate that. I am feeling a little bit of a need to digest this a little bit more, and we're already lagging in implementing MFTEs. So there's the one side of me that wants to go ahead and move this through. However, if we can modify it a little bit to give a developer some relief for the lifetime of the project, and it's a reasonable relief and still fit the need, and we address it early in the fall, I would be inclined to do that, but I'll let the rest of council weigh in on it.
One other point, we have put in this 60-day effective date in order to get all of the program in place, the forms, and have everything ready to go when it does become effective. Since we've done that, I think we could bring it back on September 14th with the normal 5-day effective date, and still have the effective date be September 20th, which is what we proposed.
Well, that's good to know. That's very appealing to me. I'll let the rest of council weigh in on what they think. Thank you for offering that.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a couple things that I thought I heard. I believe the first speaker said something about 220 affordable units. Is that correct?
You referenced both 181, which I believe is what is actually, they've gone to pre-application with a proposal for 181. So I'm not sure about where the 220 comes from, but I believe what he was saying was that regardless, with micro apartments, they will, by nature, they will be affordable below 100% AMI. In fact, Arch's analysis is that the market rate for micro apartments is around 60% AMI. So we're asking for an incremental lowering of that for the restricted rent units, the 10 or 20% that would be restricted through the MFTE program.
Okay. And so just learning and getting up to speed and making sure that I'm following and tracking things appropriately. You said that it's typically 60%?
That the Arch analysis was that micro apartments in today's market are at about 60% AMI.
All of them, like in an entire project?
The market rate.
Okay. And then so there was some, and you and I talked about percentages earlier today as well and finding that balance. There were some comments around the 65%, 70%. And I think in our packet it says 50%.
For, I believe for micro apartments in areas where we have affordability requirements.
So with the project that he was referring to, would that be the 50%?
I believe so.
So the difference between the 50 and the 65 or 70 number that I'm hearing, 15% difference. What does that equate to? Is there benefit? I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around what that percentage would mean to us.
Well, for a studio apartment, I'm looking at some tables that Mike provided us. A studio apartment at 50% AMI would rent at $1,012, which is the example I gave. At 60%, it would be $1,215. At 70%, it'd be $1,417.
So incrementally around $200
for a studio apartment. Then the increments are larger when you get to larger units.
Okay, but for the micros, so could you set the micros differently than the others across the city?
That's the proposal, that we have a separate income level for micro apartments and to separate them from conventional or any other apartments.
Right. So that's kind of what I saw in the packet. So we could potentially bring this back and maybe look at doing something around that 65, 70% at 20%. And then, or maybe go a higher percentage for less. I mean, I'm just really trying to make sure that we find the right balance here and understand that balance that we're setting, because if I'm not mistaken, the Bellevue just changed theirs. I think you and I talked about that a little earlier today. Mm-hmm. So did they put less restriction in or more restriction in?
I'm not super familiar with what Bellevue has done. So I'd ask Mike to speak to that.
Okay, I'm just David, and I appreciate you did amazing work. So these questions are not directed at you; they're just asking simple questions, just so I fully understand what we're voting on here. So to me, I would be interested in having this come back, just so that I can make sure that I've got a little bit more information, making sure that we're making a good decision and not making a decision that's going to hinder one or many projects within our community. And I just feel like hearing some of the 220 units or 181 units and a developer, I believe, saying that they're not going to do it. I just want to make sure I'm understanding why they're not going to do it. So maybe having a little bit more of the information might help. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we also have Mike Stanger available. If I think he could certainly address the question about what Bellevue recently did. And I know he's also looked at some of the equations and the formulas that Mr. Floor referred to, and he might be able to respond as to how he viewed those if the council would like to hear from him.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, hello, Mayor and council members. It's great to be with you, and so happy that we're finally getting to talk about MFTE. I've been looking forward to this just as long as you have. I'm also happy to speak to many of the questions that you've raised, which are all, very good ones, ones that we hear over and over. I don't know how much I want to go into the Bellevue situation with you, but just to try to stick to the pure facts of that situation. The council felt that they were not getting the utilization of the program that they hoped to see. And they had 3 projects approved, which were starting to produce some units, affordable units in the 70% of median, but contingent of developers and the Chamber of Commerce just frankly lobbied successfully to have them raise the affordability level to 80% of median and to remove parking expenses from the affordable rent, so that tenants will have to pay for parking in addition to the affordable rent. And they, those were the big items in that code amendment. The developers that I speak of went with the theme, argued the theme that they needed MFTE in order to make their projects pencil. And our Arch's philosophy or approach to affordable housing incentives over many years of doing these programs with many communities and observing others is that we've gotten the direction or the policy approach from those cities that affordable housing incentives should be used not to help market rate projects to pencil or become viable, but that we take projects that are already viable or feasible and we use the incentives merely to help them give them a reason and a little bit better profitability when they do provide the affordable units. So that's the approach that we've taken in this case. When we do our analysis, and I'd be happy to go into more depth with this, for the next packet if we extend this to September. But the principle is that the incentive raises the value of the project to the developer, the owner, and then the city gets some of that value back in the form of the affordable units. But the owner always gets more than they're giving back. And so the incentives are designed to add to the project's profitability, but not to make it feasible.
If I could just add on to that, Mike, having previously worked in Bellevue and worked on their affordable housing strategy at that time, we looked very closely at the MFTE program that had already been in place for 3 or 4 years and had not been used. And there were a few reasons for that. One was that it was applied in very limited areas, and it really wasn't that well promoted. So a lot of the development community at that time wasn't as familiar with the program. And I think some of what you heard Mike describe in terms of what Bellevue was doing was trying to make the program more attractive so it would be used more. But it still had some limited applications. I don't think they expanded the area much, if at all. The other thing to keep in mind is that the policy direction that we've been operating under from the Bothell City Council is more in line with what we've seen in Kirkland and Redmond, and to a certain extent Kenmore. So we've been following that policy model in terms of using this, as Mike was saying, more as an incentive to get additional benefit for the city, the public, in terms of the number of units or the affordability of those units, not to make a project feasible that otherwise wouldn't be feasible. So we were using that. Bellevue does not have mandatory requirements in any of their zones. They have a different policy approach. They use more of an incentive-based or bonus-based system. So it's really driven more by that. So the benefits are not as great in that type of a system as it is in what we've seen in Redmond, Kirkland, and other places that have used this approach. So just a little bit of policy background there for your consideration. I will say that I know Mike has looked at the numbers for the particular project that Mr. Flores is proposing, and his analysis indicates that there is a benefit, there is a payback for the developer, even at the percentages that are being proposed. But we're certainly happy to take another look at that and make some adjustments in those numbers if that's what the council would like us to see. As Councilmember McNeil said, for lack of a better term, the real trick in this is finding that right balance. And we don't always hit it on the first try, but based on the experience, particularly Mike's experience in doing this in other cities, as Dave mentioned, we're very confident in the numbers that we're proposing at this point, with the understanding that we will continue to monitor how well those are being used or not, the program is being used or not being used, and come back with adjustments as we feel are necessary. On one side, if the numbers are too high, as Mr. Flora and Mr. Paler are stating, then we may not see much interest in using the program. On the other hand, if the numbers are not high enough, the city is not gaining all the benefit that it could from the program. So it's a dilemma, and we've landed where we think is sort of the sweet spot at this point.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. In the packet, it says that Arch's experience in, I'll just read, Arch's experience in jurisdictions that have required affordability for the life of a project is that it has not discouraged use of the program. So overall, in the cities that are close to us, I think Kenmore, Woodinville, and Kirkland, I guess if Mike could speak to kind of how that has worked over time, and if that's been because we obviously don't want a disincentive to use the program, but we want as much benefit for the city and the community as we can. Could you speak to that?
Certainly. Kenmore and Woodinville do not have mandatory affordability, but Kirkland and Redmond do.
Okay.
And those programs were established more than 10 years ago. Redmond's actually back in the mid-90s. Both cities were advised at the time that, as I said earlier, that the incentives were, or the requirements, if you will, were calibrated in such a way that when the market came around and projects became feasible and ready to be built, that the affordability requirements would not inhibit that. Now, frankly, some developers, don't want anything to do with affordable housing. Some have to, be bowled over that this is going to work for them. But the ones that I have experience with, and you have experience with in Bothell, such as Main Street Properties, and others are accustomed to working with these programs. And so when the market came to Redmond and more recently to Kirkland, then they are building those projects like gangbusters. And virtually, if you go to downtown Redmond right now, virtually every project you'll see there has 10 or 20% of the projects or the units are affordable.
Awesome.
Now they have different ways of setting up, combining the land use benefits to the tax benefits, but they're done very carefully and deliberately so that they do function as incentives or net benefits to the developer as well as the community.
So and I know that you can't, commit to anything and tell us exactly what's going to happen, but in your opinion, as this is set up with the lifetime affordability, you don't think that would be an overall disincentive to do the program for the whole city?
Not at all.
Okay.
You could certainly shorten the time, make the units affordable for just 12 years, but then you lose those units, or you stand a chance to lose them, and they wouldn't be affordable anymore. And we've seen a lot of success with communities being able to keep those units affordable for the life of the project, and the costs and benefits are in the program are adjusted accordingly.
Thank you. I also, just as a comment, really enjoyed seeing how in really every other aspect of this, we erred on the side of being friendly and giving options to the developers. You know, when it came to 8 years versus 12 years, we gave them both. And when it came to where in the city we could do this, we did all multifamily zones. So I really think we've struck a good balance, staff has, about trying to make this as usable and as friendly, because obviously we want these projects to get built. But I also think protecting that affordability for the lifetime of the project is going to be pretty important when it comes 12 years from now. And we have people living in these homes that can't afford market rent. And where do they go? Do they just get kicked out? What does that look like? So I think we've struck a pretty good balance here between flexibility and also just preserving that benefit for our community.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate Mike Sanger's explanation. Arch, as we know, we all pay regionally into Arch, and they have extensive experience in helping cities write code. And so I have every confidence that they have, they've been deliberate in helping staff decide where to set parameters. I have ultimate trust in staff, knowing how important MFTE was for this council to implement. And so with that, I'd like to move the recommended action, all of staff recommendations.
Councilmember Agnew.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the MFTE program and code amendments with an effective date of September 20th, 2021, with the second by Councilmember Agnew. And I see some discussion, so Deputy Mayor Zorns.
If we approve this, can we have staff come back with a revisit on the EMI percentages in September?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
If you have some specific ones you'd like us to look at, that would be helpful. Then we could zero in on those.
Okay.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just appreciate, David, that you did say that, I mean, I could use some more information, particularly about, kind of a projected goal of the program. So how many years you would expect to see something happen. But I'd like to see these being built. But I'd like to also know, how does Redmond and Kirkland and in comparison to us, what do they look like and what's their success rate? So because you said we could bring it back September 14th and still move ahead with the 60-day, I would really support that. In lieu of getting a little bit more information.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember McAuliffe, Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Zorns, that I think there's some more information to be had, and I think that we could still make this decision in September. Am I correct in that? We can make that decision in September. So, for me, I think just I won't be supporting this motion. I do support all the work. I do respect and thank Mike for all of his hard work and everybody on this. But I think it's important that we get it right. I think it's important that we take a look at some of those percentages. David and I had a conversation today around those percentages. And again, it's not a one size fits all. It's trying to find the right balance. And so just having those conversations with the various developers, I think is important. So like the opportunity to bring it back and have more of a robust conversation, and just to understand a little bit more about those actual percentages that are in those other cities, and how these percentages can affect this development that we heard about tonight as an example.
All right, I'll be supporting this motion tonight. I do believe very strongly in our staff and in the work by Arch and how they've been assisting us with these programs. And I do believe we've given our best efforts to have the maximum amount of tools and the maximum amount of flexibility for the staff and the community to strike that balance. So I'll be in favor of this motion. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Can I make an amendment that we revisit the affordability level? Is this something that we can make as a, somebody needs to help me with this.
Yeah, so if you wanted to make an amendment, it would have to be a specific amendment to the proposed action. So just making an amendment to revisit, I don't think would be a valid motion.
What would it be valid to say to look specifically at AMI percentages? Would that be specific enough?
So it's not, short answer is no. So that because you'd be looking at the action is to adopt the proposed ordinance.
Right.
And so if you would like staff to look at a provision of that ordinance, that is more direction to staff as opposed to action before the council right now.
So what's the best way for me? And now you have to be counselor here. What is the best way to assure that that will happen?
And unfortunately, it's the will of the entirety of council. And so if the entirety of council, majority of the entirety of council wishes to proceed tonight, then that controls. If the majority of council doesn't wish to proceed with this course of action tonight, then we, at that point, could receive further direction from council as to which provisions of the ordinance they would like us to revisit or review.
All right, that helps, Paul. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no further discussion, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no very clearly when I call your name. Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Zorns?
No.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe? You're muted.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember McNeil?
No.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 4-3 with Councilmember McAuliffe, Deputy Mayor Zorns, and Councilmember McNeil in the negative.
Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yeah, I'd like to just speak to my vote. I really wanted to vote yes for this, but I wanted to press my opinion forward that we need to look at those AMI percentages. So if staff is willing to do that and have that, continue that discussion as a part of what's on our September 14th agenda, I think is what was mentioned, I would very much appreciate it because the MFTE is a fabulous program and I want it to succeed.
Councilmember Dewar?
I just want to, I'm not quite understanding if we're going to do that or not based on the vote. So we just passed it and now we're asking for it to come back. So I'm a little confused about how that works and if that's something else we have to vote on, because it seems to me that we just passed something with 4 votes and now we're already talking about revisiting it. So I'm a little confused on the process.
So,
right.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, Paul.
No, by all means, please.
I was just going to state what I think I understand is the request, at least from some of the council members, which is generally favorable toward the MFTE program, but there are certain aspects of it that they would like some more information on. And staff could certainly take another look. Mike has done a lot of analysis already, so he could revisit some of that analysis. particularly if there's any additional information from the speaker that we heard this evening, and bring that information back to the council in September. At that time, if the council wishes us to make any additional amendments to the code, we could get direction from the council at that time. We wouldn't necessarily bring an amendment to you in September. We would bring that information to you. So to answer Councilmember Dewar's question, I think what I'm hearing is there's just a request for additional information, and then there may be more direction from council in September to revisit or not revisit some of the numbers that we have in the ordinance. Is that a fair restatement of?
And Councilmember Dewar, I think to alleviate your concerns, as Director Kattermann said, that can be done during a staff report, and it wouldn't necessarily be an agendized item that council would then vote on that evening, because as you said, this is an ordinance that has, as of tonight, passed.
Right, and because of the effective date being September 20th, we wouldn't want to do a last minute amendment at that time, I think, in any case, but certainly we could come back with an amendment, particularly if we're just tweaking some numbers at that point, and there may be some fine tuning that could be done.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. And I really would have liked to have voted for this tonight, but I felt like I just needed some more information. So if you could, on September 14th, provide at least some of the answers to the questions that you've heard us have tonight, or even prior to that date, I think that would be important. If there is an amendment that we should bring forward by September 14th, I would like to see us bring it up, so we can have that discussion between now and then.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would agree with the comments from Councilmember McAuliffe. I think getting that information again, I do support the program in general. It's just, again, going back to my comments earlier, it's not one shoe size that fits all. We got to find something that works within our community for our community, and we need to make sure that we have open dialogue with all the developers, and at least ensure that we're listening so that we can make the proper decisions for our community. So, Michael, thank you for your comments and letting us know that we could potentially, whether it be an update or not, just hearing that information helps ensure that this decision was a good decision. And if we need to make tweaks to it, we make tweaks, because it's my understanding that this is a code amendment, and code amendments can be changed at any time. It's my understanding.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll defer to the city attorney, but I don't believe we need a formal motion and vote on this. If there's just consensus among the council members that they'd like some additional information, I would consider that sufficient for staff to do that additional work and bring information back to the council.
Right, and again, I said this, as I said before, this could be done during the staff report portion of council.
All right.
And before we go, Mr. Mayor, if I know this is kind of out of order, but I just wanted to say that I just realized a couple of minutes ago that I could turn on my own camera. And so I want to let you know I wasn't trying to hide, but again, thank you for taking up this issue tonight, and I look forward to providing you more information to help answer your questions.
Well, it's great to finally see you tonight, and we appreciate you coming and providing the expert assistance with all our endeavors in the ADA path that we're taking. All right, well, our next item up is AB, let's see, 21-111, but let's take a, so I have 8:13, so let's take a 7-minute break and come back at 8:20. All right, welcome back. We will now move on to AB 21-111, consideration of authorization for the interim city manager to execute pop-up retail incubator concession agreements during city council's August recess. And we will start with our economic development manager, Jeanie Ashe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council. First, I want to thank you very much for your ongoing support of our pop-up retail incubator program. I'm going to begin my presentation with a very brief update. It will lead into my request. So we are moving right along with this program. On the infrastructure side, we have ordered and put a deposit down on 4 garden sheds, and we are working now very closely with community development, public works, and the builder itself to ensure that we are converting them into usable retail space that meets Bothell City building codes and standards. On the program side, we are, last week, Mercy Corps Northwest sent out its request on entrepreneurs to participate in the program and fill out application forms. On July 28th, the Pop-Up Retail Ad Hoc Advisory Committee will be meeting to select 4 entrepreneurs for the retail sheds. And by the way, the Retail Advisory Subcommittee also too has named our project. And the name for the project is Pop Shops on Main, and with the tagline of an inclusive marketplace for retail startups. So, like I said, we're moving quite along. We've had a few hiccups, which I think can be expected since we've never done a project like this before. And this hence my visit to you this evening. So as part of our timeline is that we will choose our entrepreneurs on July 28th, and Mercy Corps Northwest will spend the month of August preparing them to open their retail space by mid-September. Part of that preparation is having them sign a concession agreement with the city during the month of August when you all are on recess. As you know, the state's RCW gives council control over city-owned real estate, including leasing city-owned real estate. And Bothell City Council reviews and approves all of our concession agreements. So my request this evening is that you authorize the interim city manager to review and execute all concession agreements necessary to implement the pop-up retail program during the month of August 2021, foregoing council review and approval. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
How could anyone not be excited about this project?
I know.
Very much so. At any rate, I'm ready to start setting my spending money aside to go have, support these businesses. 2.5 questions. Electric and water, will they have access to that within their sheds, or do they have to bring that all within?
No, there'll be no water on site or in the sheds. And because of that, because there will be no water, there will be no food preparation or selling of any food or drinks that are not prepackaged.
Okay.
City, each shed will have 5 outlets, as well as an outlet on the outside for us to string lights around. And we will be working with Puget Sound Energy to pull power to that, to those retail sheds. And the power, and I don't have a term except for that thingamajiggy on the corner.
Works for me.
What's that, Erin? Oh, okay. Anyway, so we're actually meeting with PSC. The plan is to meet with PSC on Thursday to talk about how those will be powered.
Okay, and then my other question is hours of operation.
So hours of operations will be Thursday through Sunday, full days. And then Sunday, they'll have an option of half a day in respect for people who worship.
Okay. And then so do they have a strict start and, close your door and lock it, stop time?
Yes, and I'm still working on that. I would like for them, the original thought was them to close at 5, but we have restaurants that stay open longer. And I would like to encourage the stores to stay open past 5 to, 7 or 8 to attract some of that traffic that is enjoying dining in downtown Bothell.
Okay. I'm knowing you'll probably give them a little bit of flexibility there, but.
Yes.
Yeah.
The key is consistency, so people know when they can go down there and shop.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So thank you. All right. We have so much to look forward to when we come back in September. Thank you very much.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I'm reading through this, Jeanie, what I don't understand is, let's see, here it is. Okay, so now maybe I'm reading something wrong, but you have Exhibit A, Northwest in Motion. Would you explain this to me? I don't understand.
I apologize. So we do not have a concession agreement, a good draft concession agreement yet for these pop-up retails. And so what we did is we took a Northwest in Motion's concession agreement to use as an example. So it's the same concept. There'll be it will be a contractual relationship with the city. Instead, in lieu of rent, they will be paid 10% of their revenue. And then attachment A will be their operating hours, how they market, etc. So that's just an example.
Oh, excellent. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand. Because when I look at example of retail prices, my question is, are you going to have restrictions on what they sell or not what they sell, how much something is, what the retail price is?
No, we don't put restrictions on it. Knowing how much somebody will sell a product for is really to understand whether or not they're price gouging.
Okay, so I see. You've done an excellent job. I'm so excited about this. This is such a good opportunity for people who never would be able to have, their product brought to market unless you had something like this. And I also would just like to know, during the August timeline, are they given support and help to start their businesses, accounting, all the things that people would need?
So each successful applicant will be evaluated based on their personal needs, and each applicant will receive a different set of coaching based on those needs. Mercy Corps Northwest has a whole host of opportunities, so it will be everything and anything from fixing your credit. Let's say you have bad credit. How do you fix that credit? Or how to write a business plan, and or how to manage your supply chain. There'll be a whole host of opportunities available for them.
That's excellent. I'm very excited for it. Thank you for your work.
Councilmember Dewar.
Okay, maybe it's premature, but no one raised their card. I'm super excited. We've talked about this a lot. I think everyone on council is super excited. So I would like to make a motion to move the recommended action.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
I'd like to second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to authorize this interim city manager to review and execute all concession agreements necessary to implement the pop-up retail program during the month of August 2021, foregoing council review and approval with a second by Councilmember McAuliffe. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you again for your support.
Great, and thank you for all your hard work on this item. On to AB 21-112, consideration of acceptance of donations for canine purchase. And let's see, I believe we have Captain Susie Johnson and Officer James Jordal with us tonight to present.
Hello, can you tell me if my screen sharing is working so far?
Not that I can see.
Okay. I even had training in this. Let's try this again.
It always works better during practice.
All right, try that again.
There you go.
Fabulous. So thank you. My name is Susie Johnson. I'm a captain with the Bothell Police Department. I do want to thank Interim City Manager, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members for the opportunity to talk about Agenda Bill 21-112 tonight. We're asking for approval to accept community donations for a canine, an actual dog. For a little clarification, you can see on our first slide here, we do already have an existing canine program. We've had both drug detection canines and tracking canines in the past. You'll see a term, there's two terms that are commonly used for patrol canines. One is patrol and the other one is a tracking canine. It means basically the same thing. And we're going to talk to you a little bit, just give you a little bit of background on what the difference is tonight as part of your decision. So we're not actually looking for permission in using the dogs. Currently, because we don't have a tracking canine, we've been using other agencies for quite a while. But the ask came about as a result of community outreach and offering to donate to purchase a dog for us. And I'll cover that a little bit more in the summary at the end. For this next slide, I would like to introduce Officer Jordal. So Officer Jordal is a 5-year veteran here at the Bothell Police Department. He's also our selected canine handler for this upcoming position. He himself has been doing statistics and tracking our use of canines for the last 2 to 3 years from other agencies for tracking purposes. So he's going to cover two things with you. One is what those types of dogs are used for, and then what is our specific need in the city of Bothell.
All right, thank you, Captain. So I'd first off like to let you guys know a little bit about what a patrol canine is and then what they're used for. So a patrol canine is a trained police dog that's certified through the state of Washington, as well as the handler that goes through a course in order to get certified. There's a 400-hour requirement for a new dog and a new handler. But once a dog is certified, then they are able to be used for apprehending dangerous fleeing suspects and locating evidence. The primary goal of a canine is to locate individuals who flee from violent crimes and serious felony crimes. So dogs can also be used for locating evidence related to the crime. There might be evidence that's tossed by the suspect related to a burglary, and we might be able to recover somebody's property that was stolen in that burglary as well. In addition to that, a dog can be used for locating firearms or weapons that are also tossed by suspects that we don't want children to find in our community. The next topic to cover is that dogs are an extremely valuable resource for us to use for our department in order to engage with our community. A lot of people are very supportive of dogs, and we can attend community events. It's a goal of mine to be able to attend future national night outs, as well as school events, and speak with business owners in our community to let them know kind of what we do as far as helping them out. And then on to the next slide here a little bit. So I've been gathering statistics for canines for about 3 years now, and it appears that we request a canine on average about 80 times or more per year. What kind of prompted me to start looking into this was actually an experience that I had during my first phase of FTO about 5 years ago. So to kind of give you a real world example of what we can use a canine for is I was dispatched to a stabbing that had just occurred at the Kaisner Park and Ride downtown Bothell. And myself and my FTO, which is field training officer, responded to this call. The suspect in this case fled across the 102nd Street Bridge and then got onto the Sammamish River Trail. As we know, is a trail that's heavily traveled by our community. The suspect then entered a wooded area where he hid. Myself and my training officer entered the woods, but we didn't know where the suspect was at. We were very fortunate that a Snohomish County canine was nearby and able to assist us with this call. After about an hour and a half area search for the suspect, we had located the suspect hiding under some sticker bushes, which I don't believe we would have ever located just with our own eyes, as the area was such a big wooded area to cover. The suspect was also very cooperative upon contact, and I believe that was also because of the presence of the canine, which was able to de-escalate our subject, and we were able to take him into custody without incident. So that just showed to me the extreme value that we have in these dogs and how much they can help our department in keeping our community safe, as well as our officers. Also, from what I've gathered in statistics, that average response times are about 30 minutes. As we don't currently have this dog within our city, we're requesting routinely from outside agencies when they're available to respond, they do, and they're extremely helpful for us. So just to give you an understanding of this part is we probably respond to priority calls within anywhere from right at the time they're being dispatched to maybe 5 minutes. And then we're still waiting for a canine to respond to that scene for another 25 minutes before that canine is then being deployed and being used on that call, which is time is extremely, it's a crucial part in locating and apprehending suspects. So dogs can also, as I touched on, be used to de-escalate situations, and their presence alone can help us a lot in having suspects we interact with comply with our commands. And then, as I also touched on, that it's an extremely important goal for us to find a dog that we can interact with our community, interact with our community. So I'll pass it back to Captain Johnson.
Thank you, Joel. So certainly some of the questions I saw that came in ahead of time today in response, I'm happy to address some of those. There were a few that talked about the monetary impact of the overtime. So you can see, I think it's an attachment to, we looked at our existing detection dog, our drug detection dog handler, to try to estimate what sort of costs we would be absorbing. And by that, I mean, we're not asking for any new money. We believe within our budget, cost savings would come from a few things that would allow us to pay overtime to take an existing FTE and make this assignment. So one question I'd seen was, would that remove that officer from doing patrol work? And actually it would not. So the idea would be to have the dog in the city able to respond to these serious or violent crimes. Those are the crimes we would be applying the dog on. The rest of the time, that officer is available to handle calls for service. And then ultimately, we hope community outreach work. Officer Jordan touched a little bit on containment as far as how long we wait. So the way the canines are effective for us is twofold, obviously. If we have a crime that occurred and somebody flees on foot, obviously that's the sort of call we're looking at to use a tracking canine on, versus we know they hopped in a car. Not only are we trying to find them, but a lot of times as suspects flee, they're dropping either clothing that we can get DNA off of or evidence. But additionally, we'll set up what's called containment. A lot of officers in the area with lights on, and we have to lock that area down. The purpose of that is twofold. One, to increase the likelihood we're going to find the person on a track, because we want them to hide. We don't want them to keep running. We want them to hide so we can find them. And also to warn the community that we have somebody at large. So I know we've all experienced that, probably a time where we've had to lock down a school or businesses, divert buses, lock down traffic. All those have implications. It seems like a lot of these happen at the end of service day for us. So we're holding people on overtime, locking down a scene for officers, waiting for that officer to respond, and then just begin the track. So we do believe we're going to have some cost savings there with regard to overtime. And additionally, if you look on this last slide, it talks about other unsolicited community support. Right now, we're only asking for approval to accept the funds for the purchase of the canine. But there's also other areas you can see in here where there's been offerings, such as a bulletproof vest for our canine. So potentially we could come back and offset more of these costs relative to the supplies that are listed through community support. I also would like to add, we've been really fortunate. Our partners in this area have helped us for a long time. So we had not looked deeper into getting our own dog until the donations became, the offers became fairly frequent. Our current setting is not optimal. As you can tell by the numbers Officer Jordal kept, half the time we need a dog. And again, those are not any crime. These are violent crimes, important crimes. Half the time we're not getting somebody. So we do need to do something about this in any event. The long delays, the impacts certainly to our community, our schools, businesses I talked about, but also quality control. Having our own officer go through the accreditation process with the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission, all that stuff being in-house, we can control that better than also borrowing from people around us. To be good partners, we've been getting it for free for a really long time, and we do owe our neighbors to also have a dog in service, because if you look at the regional stats, there are increases in our area. I'm not talking specific to Bothell necessarily, but regional increases in serious crimes. So canines, whether they're coming out of Seattle or Kirkland or Snohomish County, they're less available to us as they're serving their communities. So we do need to step up and not only help them, but help ourselves in these cases where we can't get one. And then really most importantly, in my mind, if we can do it, we should do it, because it is about service delivery. It's about victim justice and trying to identify suspects. The ones that flee on foot are not that common, but as in the example that was given, that might be all we have to find the evidence we need. So I'll open it up for questions.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, I'll try to get us get my questions done before the sun sets. Juan, please stop using the adorable puppy pictures, because that is too much cuteness for a Tuesday evening. I have a few questions. So about the 80 times a year that we do get a canine from a neighboring jurisdiction, is that about half? Am I understanding you right? That's about half the time that we need a dog and don't have one?
Can you answer that, Officer Jordal?
Yep. So the 80 times actually came from the areas where we were able to track where we actually requested the canine. So we're getting a canine probably half of the 80, so approximately 40 times a year.
Oh dear. Okay. All right. So about 80 times there's a call out. And then do you anticipate that this dog will have the ability to find lost kids or, seniors who have gotten lost, or does their alert, the way they alert for people, would that be too jarring for a child or a senior who's lost?
So I think that would be an ideal goal, is to be able to do that. It's going to depend on a dog's demeanor and what we can do for training in regards to that. But that would definitely be a goal of ours, to be able to do that when we need to.
Okay. Well, I will confess I've been around a fair amount of watching dogs being trained for specifically GSDs for tracking and apprehension, and they are very smart. And I know the moment that they're not following directions, they're out. They're out of the program. And I hope the public understands that tracking dogs are not attack dogs. They alert and they apprehend in a way that it puts our officers at a less of a risk, keeps them safe. And for those who think that officers don't have a right to defend themselves, this is a wonderful tool for keeping our officers safer. And they make the public safer, they make the suspect safer, and it makes our officers safer. And I do appreciate the fact that you noted that one of you noted that they de-escalate situations that could quickly get out of control. I appreciate that. And then I hope the public understands that canines, they know scent, but they don't know color. So the people who think that canines focus in on ethnicity, they don't. They're looking at behaviors, specifically because a dog that gets to this point has gone through a lot of rigorous screening and training. I do have a question. At any point, will you bring the community in to put their input in? Because I know the chief values this dog to be tailor-made for Bothell. At any point, will the community be able to weigh in or get information, orientation to this dog and this tracking that we're adding to our department?
I'm going to let the chief jump in if he's got something more to add. So we're not looking to, I think certainly the community actually was reaching to us on this, so I think that's certainly fabulous. If we were looking to add something we'd never done in the past, I think that would be more than appropriate. Or if something we weren't doing now, have them weigh in on a yes, no, should we be using dogs? We have consistently been using tracking canines.
Okay. Could we have coffee with the canine at some point?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And and anecdotally, for what it's worth, and I know there'll be questions, so I want to leave some time for that, is I was a handler previously myself, and I worked with a lot of other canine teams, and my dog was donated by the community where my peers was not. And there was a huge difference when I went out into the community, because I identified that dog not only as their dog as far as the city's dog, but it was their dog. We raised the money for that, and the ownership was really impressive. And I was really proud of that. So, I mean, we don't want to underestimate the value of letting them contribute to something that's really important for them. So I just wanted to add that, having actually been in this position before, it's not completely unusual. A lot of agencies have donated dogs, but I think if we're able to make it work, I think it's a special thing. So I just wanted to add that.
Oh, I agree. I've had conversations with neighboring municipalities all the way down to Des Moines that have done exactly what you're talking about, is bringing the community in to get a canine. And it's been phenomenal for that community. So I appreciate it. I know, I'm sure our former chief, Carol Cummings, is keenly tracking what's happening with our tracking dog, because I know this is something she's wanted to get back into our city. So thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for your patience in answering my questions.
If I'd kind of like to chime in on a couple things.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor Olson. Can I stop, Susie? Would it be all right if we stop sharing your screen so that the audience can see the full council?
Please, I'm sorry, I lost that icon to stop sharing.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Can you turn it off?
I'm going to try.
That disappeared at the bottom of my screen. Oh,
yep, there we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. That's exactly what I was going to ask. So a couple things that I think are important to address, and I think Captain Johnson has done a really good job explaining this so far, is very much like any other first responders out there, we share resources. And part of being good partners is being able to give back to your neighboring agencies. We have used tracking canines in the city of Bothell since there have been tracking canines. So that's not new. We used to have them here about the time I first got hired here. And we chose to go with a path of a narcotics canine back in that day because there were so many tracking dogs, but we didn't have a whole lot of narcotics canines available. So as times have changed and needs have shifted, there is a greater need now for the tracking canines. And there's some real, I think, important data that I'd like to make sure we share here. And going back to 2017, with the numbers of canine deployments that we've had 0 bites in that period of time. Those people have surrendered to us without the need of actually a bite. So the de-escalation tool does work. And I think there's probably questions like, can a dog barking really be considered de-escalation? And the answer is yes, because first of all, we're trying to create a willing partner. De-escalation is a dance. I can do my best to try to de-escalate, but if my partner does not want to de-escalate, I'm just doing an ask that they're not going to answer to. So sometimes having that resource available is the difference between them surrendering and a greater use of force. Some other things that have taken place over the course of the last few months is legislative mandates. And out of Olympia this year, and I think that a few of you probably are well aware of this, is that there was discussion about canines at the state level. And one of the things that came out of that is, in fact, that yes, there is a need for police canines, but what the legislature chose to do, and I applaud them for this, is they chose to work with the Criminal Justice Training Commission as an accrediting body for our canines and canine handlers to ensure that there is a level of proficiency, and also to work towards creating a statewide policy for how canine programs are utilized. And that's been something that's been needed. As far as I know, we're the only state in the nation right now that is doing something with that. So that is a real positive. So again, as stated, I think I may not have made it really clear when we wrote the agenda bill on this, this was brought to us by community members wanting to donate monies to purchase a dog. It's not about the canine program, it's about accepting the monies to purchase that dog. And that's really what we're looking at here.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very impressed with the fact that the community is actually wanting to support this, and I think that we should honor their wishes. I know that you wouldn't bring this forward unless you were assured that the dollars will be there. And also, but there's one comment that I have to ask about, and I don't know that much about the program or the dogs, but when you said that people love to visit with these dogs, are they, I mean, the dogs I've seen are not ones you would visit with, and people don't like you to visit with those dogs. So that kind of raises a question mark in my mind, because I'd like to see these dogs around town actually being visible. And that would be a great thing if we could have the community feel comfortable with them.
I'll jump in real quick. Yeah, that's a key goal to the program is canines, ideally a well-run program. It's an ambassador program. A lot of people like dogs, not everybody does. But from my experience, when I worked in Eastern Washington and with other county agencies, this was pretty common. We did community outreach, the communities funded the programs, and it just kind of seems to make sense. I mean, they're dictating to us what they want to do to help us do our job better. But yeah, that's a key component. We're looking for a dog that's a good fit for our city. And when we work with other dogs from other agencies, we don't have the ambassador program that goes with it, but you're getting the dog and the handler from another agency under their policies and procedures, not our policies and procedures, and designed to fit our community.
Nice. Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions that I wrote down. big picture, I've been approached by some community members that have brought information talking about racial disparity in terms of use of a police dog. And I'm really excited to hear that we have had no bites. That is something I didn't know that I know now. But I was wondering if you could speak to that and if you could talk to either some safeguards that we have in place to make sure that the dog doesn't get used inappropriately, or what that looks like here.
I'll take that one. So I did read some of the questions that came in tonight. There are some well-known documents out there like the Marshal project where you look at whether it be reports, or like there was one article that was shared today from the Washington Post, which was an opinion article about disproportional, like BIPOC communities being targeted, people of color being targeted by canines. And looking through those, well, a few things on that. One is, if you look at the states, I think the chief touched on this earlier, many states. So I'd love to just say it's just the city of Bothell. Washington State has been ahead of the curve for a very long time. You can look around the country and the majority, if not almost all, don't have state mandates for accreditation or certification, and nor do they require it for handlers. Some of the articles I read today at the request of some of the community members were, some of them certainly dated, but there's agencies that don't have to demonstrate even control of their canines. They're allowed to go out there and work. So I absolutely can touch on the fact that where there's problems, there's going to be lack of training, lack of accountability, lack of standards. Washington State's already way ahead of the curve, but even with the new additions coming through Olympia and mandating some of that, there's going to be a big improvement. I can give you a couple examples. In some states, they allow the use of canines for minor crimes, property crimes, not even crimes of violence. In some states, you can see them using canine just for controlling people in demonstrations and riots. You will not see that here. In some cases, you read data about, I think it was 36,000 people annually go to the emergency room for bites. But I can speak to that. That's a little bit misleading, because if we even get a small bite on somebody, if a dog gets a part of a pant leg and there's any skin broken, they're going to be seen at an ER before we take them anywhere, just to make sure they're taken care of. But it's the standards of when we apply the dog is the main difference. But also in our state, there's an accountability with use of force that goes to the handler. So as odd as it sounds, there's places where you can have a dog where it's a tool for which the handler is not responsible. For us to apply a dog, it's a higher level of force than if I were to just grab on somebody. It'd be similar to a taser, where we're not going to deploy that all the time. It's got to be, just them running from us is not enough to deploy a dog or a taser. So it's those standards through the gateway, which is a big difference, and picking the crimes, not the people. That is a big difference, because in some of the articles I read, like I said today, I can understand people's concern. Absolutely. There was one reference to Jeffrey Ryan's, somebody sent in, so hopefully that person's still watching, and I watched that video today, and I could see the concern. That is a bad application for a dog. I also saw right behind that I believe that handler was suspended and is being investigated, as they should be. So these are really important tools, and I want to really emphasize the biting portion is very small. The dogs should be able to protect themselves, yes, and should be able to protect the handler. But there are plenty of times that, just to Officer Jordal's point, just the dog coming to the bushes and barking, come out with your hands out, we would not release that dog. We're going to get them to come out and come to us. It's very rare. One, we don't want to use that tool if we don't have to. It's effective threat of the tool, if you will, when you track, but we also don't want the dog hurt. I mean, so all of that, this is where we're going to hold our ground, and we're going to use time and distance and negotiate with people. So I would love to say, because we don't have the problem here with communities of color and our application of the canine, it's not a problem. Of course it is. Perception's important. Accountability is important. Standards are important. That's why, we are an accredited agency. We do track uses of force. We do have state standards, and those are getting ready to be even higher. So I'm very comfortable that if for some reason we had an issue we're going to notice it because we have all these stopgaps and audits in place. Hopefully that answers some of that.
You came prepared. I appreciate that. Have we in the past used a tracking dog to arrest?
James, you want to take some of that? Because you've got a lot of experience on that.
One more time.
Oh, one of the changes the legislature made this year was to eliminate the ability to use a dog to arrest a suspect. Is that something we have done in the past?
So as far as having a dog present or a dog actually biting?
A dog actually like apprehending the suspect?
Not to my knowledge. I have not been on a call nor am I aware of a call where we have used a dog in that regard.
Okay. Chief, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to wait my turn. I think it's also really important for us to recognize the prism that everybody has kind of viewed life through. People in this country are very transient in nature. They move all over the place. And so when they come here and they have these concerns, those concerns are valid with canines. Law enforcement doesn't have necessarily a pristine record when it comes to use of police canines in our history. So I think Captain Johnson has done a really good job explaining the differences. But I also want to just recognize that, when people come here with their concerns, we recognize those concerns as being valid, from their experiences. But we're hoping that we can explain that Washington State is ahead of the curve on so many different areas right now, and this being one of them.
Thank you. I appreciate that from all of you. The only other thing that I want to bring up is, we're going to be doing budget requests in a mid-buy budget here in a month or so. And this seems like something that we are going to spend extra money on that we're not going to weigh against all of the other things that we could be doing, like we're going to do here in a couple months. And I want to just also say, when I say this, that I deeply appreciate the sacrifices the police department has made in terms of staffing to help us work through our budget challenges this year. And I don't want that to go unsaid. But it seems like we're not weighing this against all of the other things that we could do. That doesn't mean I'm not going to support it. It would be nice to have this conversation in concert with all of the other things that we're going to be looking at in the mid-buy.
I don't know if you were looking for a comment on that necessarily. We do believe there will be salary savings. We do think we can manage that within our existing budget. We're not asking for anything more based upon overtime that we run into on these extended tracks. So even just holding people over a half hour or an hour adds up when it's 5 or 6 people sitting on the containment. And then also, as Officer Jordan did discuss, not only the delay, scent starts dissipating quickly, the more congested it is, that becomes harder. The longer it takes for that outside agency to come and arrive and start the application sometimes means we may not find them at all, but sometimes that track is longer. They've got a head start. So this could be a 2-hour track. So we do think, I would love to say for sure it's going to be cost neutral. I don't know that. We don't expect it to be the full 17 out of our budget annually. We do think we're going to pick up some of that. But if we don't, then I do think it's a good investment. If that's
okay. Thank you. If you said for sure, I wouldn't trust you. So I'm glad you didn't. Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Captain Johnson, Officer Jordan, and Chief, just want to thank you for being prepared and providing the information and answering the questions, the tough questions that the community had, and just ensuring that we're going through a thoughtful process for our community. So I just wanted to thank you. I think it's important that public safety come first and foremost, and I'm encouraged by the fact that you're taking these steps based on what the community is asking for, but at the same time ensuring that our community stays safe. So I just wanted to say thank you.
I'll say great presentation by all. Appreciate the information and really the focus on the standards that our state has currently and increasing them too. So that's good information to know. I believe our police force always, strives for the highest standards and to be the good community partners that we always strive to be. So I think this would be an addition to that. And as you speak of using it as an ambassador, I think that's a great way to show the friendlier face of the police force as well. So I'll be in support of this and look forward to it. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the chief and Susie and James for your nuanced approach and understanding of, how some members of the community might have concerns around the deployment of canines. I really appreciate that you understand the sensitivity that's required around that. And I think I'm the last one to speak, so I was going to make a motion to move the recommended action.
All right, Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the acceptance of donated funds when raised sufficient to purchase a trained patrol canine, with a second by Deputy Mayor Zorns. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it.
I second that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to AB 21-113, consideration of professional services agreement with WSP Inc. for Bothell Way Northeast Widening project. And I believe we will have our senior capital project engineer, Jack Bartman.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm going to, let me see, first of all. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're here today, tonight to talk about is the Bothell Everett Highway, the Bothell Way improvements between 240th Street and Reeder Way. So basically between the Safeway and the Multi-Way project. What we're asking for is for approval for a professional services agreement with WSP, which is really the design engineering consulting contract for this project. I will say that this presentation is going to be puppy free, so I hope you can bear with me on that. So I just wanted to review what this project is. I'm sure all of you have driven this road many times. So this is the section that is north of downtown and south of Safeway, where the road is currently a 2-lane road with shoulders and limited pedestrian opportunities. And right now there's almost no sidewalk. The bike facilities that are there are just shoulders, narrow shoulders, and there's no transit amenities. There's no stops within this area. And we would like to replace that with a proposed 4 to 5 lane urban street that does contain sidewalks, protected bike lanes, and also some enhanced transit facilities. So why this project? And this is why. As you can see, the pedestrians on the left side of the screen, this is used as a pedestrian corridor, but if any of you have walked it, you'll realize that it's not a comfortable place to be. And also, this is a bottleneck for our transit facilities. And right now, for instance, Community Transit would like to bring its green line down into downtown Bothell, but they don't want to do that with the current traffic congestion and limited opportunities for stops and whatnot within the center of town. So I want to share this map with you. We refer to this project as the missing link. And what this map shows you is that that blue-green color is actually where our transit access is in the city. But this map could very easily represent our bicycle access and our pedestrian access. We have got a hole in between Canyon Park and downtown where those services just don't exist, or where they do exist, it's very limited. So we would like to provide this facility that could complete the Swift line so that the Community Transit Swift line and the Sound Transit and Metro Rapid Ride systems actually touch in Bothell and allow that allow the full use of those facilities. We do see there being boarding amenities within it, flyer stops like have been completed north of 405 on Bothell Highway. We see providing protected bike lanes so that there'll be a physical separation between the bikes and the vehicle and the cars. This is a connection to downtown. This is going to bring the north end of Bothell, the Canyon Park end of Bothell, and downtown together. And we'll also provide sidewalks, and it'll connect our trail systems, and somehow I got that in there twice. So, just to review what we're connecting to, on the north end of the project up by Safeway, we've got sidewalk facilities and we've got on-street bike lanes. And on the south end of the facility, we've got the multi-way with bike facilities within the auxiliary streets and pedestrian use there as well. And in the middle, we, like I showed you before, we basically have a two-lane, almost a country road that does not provide for pedestrian and bicycle facilities and is a bottleneck for our vehicle traffic as well. So this is what is a very conceptual look at what we would like to do for a typical section. I would like to point out that this particular drawing has two-way bike lanes on one side of the road. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. All we are saying is that it's going to be a protected bike lane. It'll be a protected bike lane that provides for traffic and bike traffic in both directions. But whether that's as shown or whether that's the bike lanes become part of a multi-use trail with the pedestrians, or how that's going to look, we don't know. But it will be a protected bike lane as compared to what's up in Canyon Park now, which is an unprotected bike lane. So this is a significant project, and because of geography and cash flow, we're going to be constructing it in 3 sections. The section up by Safeway is phase 2, and the section downtown and in front of QFC is phase 1. Those we plan to build at the same time, and that actually gets us a fair amount of enhancement for the corridor. And then we'll come back in and fill in phase 3 to complete the route. So just to show you what we're looking at for a schedule is we'd like to start the design now. And one of the things that you're really, that approving this contract will do is allow us to put this project into gear. For the last several years, we've been doing our preliminary planning. We've been doing fundraising with grants, and now it's time to move the project forward and to start doing the true design of the project. And so this project, we'll start with the design now. We'll complete the design in 2024, begin right-of-way acquisition for phases 1 and 2, and then construct phases 1 and 2 in 2026. At that time, we'll also complete the design of phase 3 and do the right-of-way acquisition and plan to do the construction of phase 3 around 2030. Of course, as these dates get further out, they get a little mushier as far as exactly what they are, because we have to manage our cash flow, and we still have additional grants that we expect to get. So the purpose for this AB is to approve the design consultant contract so that we can get this project in gear. And we're very excited about this project. We've been working on it for a while to get it to this stage, and we're really looking forward to moving this forward. We really think that this project will serve the city well. So the financial plan, where we're looking at for design now is around not quite $4.5 million. And as I said, we've been fundraising through grants for the last several years. We've secured $3 million of that through federal grants through the PSRC. And we've also managed to secure $6.5 million toward right-of-way. Grants are in a 2-year cycle, so we haven't had an opportunity yet to apply for grants for construction. But once we have the project started, those grants actually become a little bit more competitive when we're looking for future grants. I would like to point out that the design amount that we show there of $4.4 million actually is higher than the existing CFP. The current biennial budget is funds what we need to do right now, but will be looking for amendments or adjustments in the future CFPs. And that's what I have to share with you. And I'm available for questions.
Jack, if you'd like to stop sharing. There we go. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, I have to tell you that all of us on the dais are probably thinking, I would be willing to wager cold hard cash. They're thinking, okay, so how old am I going to be when this project is done? So it's very exciting to see it. And I love the protected bike lanes. Do you know, I would anticipate the answer is yes. I know there's going to be discussion on placement of bike lanes on a city staff level, and we're going to be looking at that down the road. Do you anticipate there's going to be a priority for bike lanes that feed into both ends of that on 527?
There already are bike lanes that feed into both sides on 527. Whether those get enhanced to be protected lanes or not, I do not have the answer to. I would have to, Sherman, our planner, would be the best one to answer, and or perhaps Eddie, who is also here tonight. He may know.
Yeah, that protected piece is really important. I've passed our mayor on 527 around curves, and we do need protected bike lanes there for sure. So I think you answered my going question about bike lanes. I guess the only other piece that I have to say is thank you for looking for grants, because we're not going to be able to do this without grants. So, here's my other question. Do we have any idea of this potentially softening traffic where people are driving around it, either down Meridian or down 104th on the east side, 104th or 100th? Do you think that this might, given traffic levels staying the same,
yeah,
will those loads on those side streets, do we think that might soften some of it?
I really can't say for sure. We haven't completed, one of the things that we're going to be doing is traffic studies for this project. You know, I hesitate to really give an answer to that, but the whole goal is to eliminate a bottleneck there. So if the traffic is using those alternative routes in order to avoid bottlenecks within this route, then they certainly would have a positive effect.
So the technical answer is maybe.
Yes, there you go.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. That's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Everybody sit down. You're going to be shocked. I have some questions about bike lanes. Super excited to see protected bike lane in all of this. I hope that's something that we hear in presentations moving forward every time that we're talking about bike facilities, because it's a great way to get more people on bikes, which saves us money for wear and tear on the streets. It's better for parking downtown. It is better for people's health. It's basically better for everything. So if we can encourage people to do that, or at least provide them a safe place to do it, that's super important. And I've ridden this section of road before, and it's not fun. I get through there as quickly as I can. Can you go back to the can you share your screen again and go back to the cross section of like what that might look like? I have a question that I have never really figured out a good answer to. Perfect. So if we look on the left side, we have a sidewalk, we have a planting strip with big trees, we have a two-way bike line, and then like some sort of barrier, some armadillos, bollards, whatever you put there. Why don't we put the plant strip with the trees on the other side of the bike lane?
Well, that is definitely an option. And that's actually one of the designs that we will be evaluating when we do this.
Okay. I've never understood that, because you go everywhere, and this is like all over the city where there's bike lanes. There's like car lane, strip of paint, bike lane, huge thing of trees. And it's like, it doesn't take any extra space. It's just if we move these things around, we can have a natural barrier.
Yeah. I can tell you some of the other things that we're balancing with this is that, for instance, the way that this is drawn, snowplows do not like those.
Yep.
Because it's very hard to get into them. I think I drew this, so it's all my fault. But this is probably not the best presentation of how these bike lanes are going to look. It's just to get through the idea that there will be protected bike lanes with both directions.
Cool. And have we talked about what protection that looks like at all? Just say not flex posts, and I'll be happier.
No, they will be protected bike lanes. What you're talking about is buffered bike lanes.
Yep.
And what a buffered bike lane, how that's different is that it doesn't have positive protection between the cars and the bikes. We are definitely proposing protected bike lanes where there is some sort of curb or maybe a big block of trees in between the bikes and the cars.
Perfect. I like trees too, so that works well. Question, you mentioned doing a traffic study. When we do traffic studies, do we take into account the extra demand generated by the fact that more capacity exists?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Good. That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, and I just wanted to say I'm super excited about getting the Swift line coming down to downtown as well. That's a really big deal.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I took a picture of your multimodal missing link. And one of the things that I see in here is this is the link will. And to be complete, and it connects ST3, BRT, and the Metro Rapid Ride. How many years do we have to wait till this actually happens? I know you're a 10-year cycle here, but.
Yeah. You, Councilmember McCullough, if you froze there for just a second, at least for me, could you sum up your question again, please?
Yes, when I'm looking at your multimodal missing link, I'm looking at Swift. Right. How many years before we get this actually completed?
How many years before we get the Swift line completed? Is that what you're asking?
and connect us, yes.
They're going to, well, it's up to community transit because it's their service. But it's my understanding that they are waiting for us to have a complete corridor so that they don't have a traffic bottleneck.
So does that mean 10 years?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
if the money is there, right?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So the reasoning behind the widening is mainly in order to get Swift to come down into Bothell, correct?
I wouldn't say that's the main reason. I mean, the reason is that we need to complete this link between Canyon Park and downtown and provide a multimodal facility to do that. So we do want to, I mean, the pedestrians, the bikes, the transit enhancements are certainly a great priority for that as well. But we are also serving general traffic. So I wouldn't agree with the statement that the driver is the Swift line.
I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, the price tag is huge, right? And I guess I'm wondering, with the passage of the Climate Commitment Act and more dollars will be funneled toward multimodal, particularly active transportation modes. I'm just wondering if that will help increase our chances of getting funding. So that was why I asked the question. And then the other thing that I wanted to weigh in on is I completely agree with Councilmember Thompson about the placement of the trees in the bike lanes, and for a couple of reasons. Climate change is here, and dividing up the asphalt with trees will provide for more shading on the roadway, and also will help mitigate, because of that, will help mitigate the urban heat island effect. And so I'm hoping that, as we move forward with these types of projects and we think about, future planning, whether it's roads or developments, we really need to start thinking about the urban heat island effect and how that can help mitigate, especially when we have exceedingly high temperatures. So I just wanted to kind of weigh in on that and put that bug in your ear. So, but great job. It seems like it may be forever before this happens, but it's still a great project. So I'm excited about it. Thanks.
Great presentation. I loved your section quite a bit. I think it was a great drawing, great exhibit on it. I know this is a complex project, and phase 1 and phase 2 will pale in comparison to that phase 3. That's going to be the monster, just with the challenging slopes and wetlands and everything. So, but I think really the synergy between the Swift line and our project and the multimodal, I think we will play very well and have a great chance for continuing our success in grants for this. So I look forward to it, and those 10 years will just fly by, and we'll be at the grand opening of this new section of roadway before we can believe it. So I'm excited to see this get moving forwards, and looking forward to hearing the updates and seeing the design options that come out of this. Nothing else, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Dewar.
I'm falling down on the job. I would like to move the recommended action.
Councilmember Agnew, thank you. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the professional services agreement with WSP in the amount of $3,739,624 for design of the Bothell Way Northeast Widening Project, with the second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns. You muted yourself. You're muted yourself again. Sorry.
My word.
There you go.
Oh,
yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you, everyone, and get busy on that design.
Thank you.
On to AB 21-114, consideration of letter of intent to plan for a countywide growth center in the 2024 Imagine Bothell Comprehensive Plan Update. I believe we'll have our senior planner, Nathan Lamb, here with us.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of City Council. Nice to see you again. Gonna be a little tough here to follow puppy dogs and all that excitement. I'll go ahead and share my screen here and get us started. Okay, so we should be in business. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's see if I can hide that. Okay, so last but certainly not least, we are very excited to bring this item to you tonight. Something that we've been working on for a few months now. Our downtown countywide growth center candidate application. I do have some slides to get through here, and I guess we're right at dusk, so I'll try to move through these, and then we'll try to answer any questions that you might have at the end. So just to reiterate what was in your packet for this evening. So what we're asking the council to do is to consider authorizing Mayor Olson to sign a letter of intent to the King County Growth Management Planning Council as part of this application, stating the city's intent to plan for a countywide growth center during the 2024 periodic update of Imagine Bothell. So we'll talk about what that application looks like and what the process looks like. And if authorized, Bothell may be more competitive for countywide transportation funding administered by Puget Sound Regional Council in 2022 and 2024. So we might not have to, if we're chosen as a candidate, we might not have to wait 10 years for road projects to fruition. It's going to help us out. So just a little bit of context for what countywide centers are. It's the newest designation for centers by PSRC. Back in 2018, they did an overhaul of their frameworks for the different types of centers that they called out in Vision 2040. And Vision 2040 really spoke more to the larger center types and was almost kind of silent on some of the smaller center types that it mentioned, like local centers and neighborhood centers. And countywide center. So the purpose of their update was to provide clear direction and criteria for what countywide centers actually are, and make some consistency along the with the four counties in the region. And so this is the definition that they give for what a countywide center is. Countywide growth centers serve as important roles as places for concentrating jobs, housing, shopping, and recreational opportunities. And they are often smaller downtowns, high capacity transit station areas, or neighborhood centers. And most importantly, which we're going to focus on tonight is that they serve as focal points for local and county investment. So downtown is just a great candidate and fits that description. And I did fly over the center types here in these colored blocks. So just to quickly review regional growth centers, there's two types. There's metro growth centers in just Seattle and Bellevue. And then there's urban growth centers like we have in Canyon Park on the Snohomish County side of our jurisdiction. There's regional industrial centers, and those are broken down into two categories or classifications, and then it's the same for countywide centers. So we're going for the growth center. How are these being implemented? According to the Growth Management Act, of course, our comp plans and the county's countywide planning policies have to align with PSRC's multi-county planning policies. And so what they've done is after that 2018 update to their framework for centers, they've created MPPs that speak to how those are going to be implemented. And this is just one example here where it gives the directive to direct sub-regional funding, especially county level and local funds, to countywide centers, high capacity transit areas with the station area plan, and other local centers. And so what they've done is with those MPPs, they've also delegated the responsibility to counties to come up with their frameworks for what a countywide center looks like in their county. So Snohomish County has a little bit different process, but we're just going to be talking about King County since that's where downtown is located. And the body that's going to be making these decisions for which jurisdictions get a candidate countywide center, and then later an official designation is the Growth Management Planning Council. And their framework consists really of three parts, which is listed below: designation and process, eligibility, and center criteria. So each of those three parts within the framework sort of has its own parameters and criteria for what they are saying a countywide growth center is. And so that brings us to our proposed starting boundaries, which is going to be the revenue development area portion of downtown. And we really want to underscore that these are starting boundaries. And in the next couple slides, we're going to sort of justify why this would be a good place to start for the whole portion of King County that Bothell is in. This basically gets our foot in the door to be able to be competitive for 2022 and 2024 funding. The final boundaries are really contingent on any public feedback leading up to the 2024 update and then further analysis. We have been working closely with our Public Works Department since they do rely, of course, on these grants and opportunities for funding. So we would like to thank them for helping us. And so yeah, what you see here is the overall sub area for downtown, and then you've got the RDA portion, which is about half the size. And we are, for the purpose of just starting, omitting everything that you see in the hash marks or the hash overlay. So we're proposing to not include those just to start with, but that could change. And with maybe even expansion into the North Creek sub area. Again, contingent on further analysis. So here, 1, 2, 3, here's those parts of the framework that we looked at on the previous slide. We think we've demonstrated that we meet all of the framework criteria. The letter of intent that we're asking for tonight basically shows Bothell's commitment to plan to use resources and time on designating an official countywide center in its next periodic update. Eligibility, we're going to see on the next slide that this absolutely has been a local priority for growth and investment. And number 3 is where it sort of gets into more of the technical parameters and criteria for establishing the countywide center. There are, to start one, you have to have a minimum of 18 activity units per acre in the geographic area. And if you'll recall, activity units are a metric for population and jobs growth. And so with PSRC's help with analysis, we've concluded that we have 27 activity units per acre existing right now, far exceeding that minimum threshold that they're requiring. And then they also want to see that you have the capacity or growth potential to achieve 30 activity units per acre in the future. And leaning on the recent urban growth capacity report that is currently being adopted by King County Council right now, we think that we can get up to 52 activity units per acre in that, just the RDA alone. So almost doubling what the requirement is. So we don't have any concern that we'd have to increase capacity, and we're confident that we qualify as a countywide growth center. Okay, so again, why did we choose the RDA? It's not really so much about the RDA as it is all of the money that's gone into the downtown sub area within the RDA as a starting point. This is a flyer that the finance department has put together and graciously let us borrow. And some of you might recall that back in before the sub area plan was adopted in 2009, the city was awarded the Local Infrastructure Financing Tool Program, or LIFT, by the State Department of Commerce, where it got this money to be able to leverage capital improvement projects starting in 2007. And so then you have the sub area plan being adopted. And since then, we've seen $27 million to date in grant and developer contribution and revenues in the downtown sub area, leveraged with the city investing $136 million in capital improvement projects just within the RDA. And then private developments within the entire downtown sub area have invested more than $768 million. And just using this flyer, what has that done for Bothell's downtown? It's obviously spurred revitalization and hit on a lot of those goals of the sub area plan. It's stimulated residential growth, created jobs, and had a great return on the state's LIFT program investment. So getting toward the end here, these are the requirements for the application. And so, of course, the letter of intent that we're asking for, again, signaling our commitment to plan for this. The boundaries, we just looked at those, and they are very likely to change. So this is, again, just a starting point. We discussed in that application, that was an attachment in the report. Hopefully you had a chance to look at it. We found some interesting statistics that we listed about population and employment levels in that King County portion of Bothell, actually particularly in those census block groups. Talked about density, we talked about zoning and the land uses and what some of those provisions afford. Housing types and housing affordability, we just discussed that. And we discussed MFTE and some other direction that you've given us on missing middle housing. We discussed existing transit service in Public Works was very helpful in giving us an exhaustive list of existing and planned capital improvement projects. And we also talked about the amenities that are currently downtown. They also wanted us to discuss how we're going to plan for social equity. And so we talked about the consultant that we've hired and their DEI strategy that they'll be working on and implementing as part of their work plan. So we'll be using that. as a guide. And then it asked us to talk about future land use conditions. And so we did talk about the growth potential and housing and employment capacity and how we could achieve what the criteria asked for. So what's next? The applications are due in August. Just to reiterate, and actually, I don't even know if I mentioned it. So this just, these are candidate applications. So if we are chosen as a candidate, that's what makes us competitive for funding next year. But official designations come later. So candidates are chosen by December. Candidate centers are eligible for 2022 funding. Sorry, a little redundant here. Jurisdictions complete center plans during 2024 comp plan updates, and then we submit our final centers in 2025. And then what the GMPC is going to do is they're going to decide who they want to officially designate, and they're going to amend the CPPs that they're currently updating, and they're going to amend the CPPs in 25, 26. And so hopefully we'll be able to make it through the process. Again, the applications are due next month. You all are off. So this is sort of our shot to at least compete or go for this opportunity. So what our proposed motion, our recommended action tonight is authorize the mayor to sign the attached letter stating, stating our intent to plan for the growth center and the comp plan update, and in particular in a manner that's consistent with the King County Centers framework. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Hey, Nathan, good to see you, and thank you for the presentation. It's quite a big lift that you've got going on here. And the question that goes through my mind is, how do we safeguard that we're not putting the cart before the horse? So if we were putting more growth, what's the fallback? Because that's what we're hearing, so much growth, and we're not keeping up with the growth. So, and you use the operative word, we may qualify for some funding. So my father always got after me about asking the what ifs, but what if we don't get funding and we've taken more growth? Have you talked about that, or do you think that this really increases our likelihood to get funding to manage the growth?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. So we're not necessarily, I guess, taking on more growth because our zoning already provides us some capacity. I should have mentioned that those potential activity units that we can already achieve with our existing zoning is our capacity to 2035. Okay, so we already are able to accommodate that just right now. And so, if we don't apply, right now we can always come back later, is my understanding, and maybe change the boundaries completely somewhere else, and still have an opportunity for funding. But I think this is our best shot at getting in early in the process to be competitive for that funding.
Okay. So are we going to allow, so we're going to apply for funding. Does that still allow the community to weigh in on where those boundaries are? Can we still do that?
Absolutely, yeah. And we tried to address that in the application that, any change to the boundaries is going to be determined by public input and further analysis together. So there definitely would be an opportunity, especially in tandem with the 2024 update.
Okay, and I have one more question, and it's kind of getting into the weeds, and it's again one of those what if questions. But if I'm reading the map correctly, it dips into current property that is owned by the University of Washington. and we renegotiated and came up with a new master plan for them. So how does that change that master plan? If I'm understanding that right, on the east on Northeast 185th.
Yeah, you're right. And those are certainly discussions and feedback. We've anticipated having to, go over. And, I think for just right now, we're starting with the RDA as it's currently drawn. I'm not sure that I don't think it changes the campus master plan, but I might have to let Director Kattermann weigh in about that, because I think he might know a little bit more, be able to answer that question a little bit better.
Is he still within earshot?
Just very quickly, yes, Nathan's correct. It does not affect the master plan at all for the campus.
Okay.
It's a separate document. And as he mentioned, at this point, we didn't include the rest of the campus because that's not part of the RDA. So we just started with the RDA boundary. It had the best data available, and it also got us the best, met the criteria best for us as a starting point.
Okay, well, the community really needs to weigh in on some of these places where this map falls, and they will. At some point, I would love to see, and I'm sure the city will address down the road, putting density further up 527 along the section that we've been talking about, where it's going to get some traffic modifications. But I would love to see some growth directed that way as well, down the pipeline, about 10 years from now. So at any rate, so thank you.
And that will all be part of the 24 update that Nathan referred to. That's when we take a look at the whole city, the whole picture, and see where we need to make changes in the land use plan. But as he said, and I think this is a really important point to emphasize, we have the capacity now. So we're not talking about upzoning or anything in the downtown sub area or the RDA in order to qualify for this.
Okay.
And the flip side to your question is, if we don't do this, then we are less competitive for those monies that we need to do transportation projects within the downtown.
All right. Well, keep those sleeves rolled up, and thank you for doing the work.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor. So I can't think of a great reason to oppose not having to change anything and being more competitive for grant dollars. That seems like a good deal to me, and I think I'm going to be voting in support of that tonight. I did have a question. You mentioned a couple times in the packet North Creek and possibly being able to tie into that at some point in time. Do we become more competitive for this if we look at that now, or if we look at that either now or in the future, would we be more competitive for a regional growth center as opposed to the countywide growth center?
Yeah, that's a excellent question. And Public Works and Community Development have been sort of wrestling with that idea. There's different criteria, of course, for a regional growth center designation. And I think the idea that the route that we're pursuing is that we would at least want this designation to start out with, and we're not aware of any thing that hinders being able to graduate, to the next step. So I think probably if that was the route we wanted to go, we would be adding a section of North Creek just to enlarge the area and, facilitate connections between downtown and North Creek. So, that's certainly something we've discussed.
Perfect. Fantastic. I thank you guys for doing the work on this and bringing this up. Anything that makes us more transportation to bring out of city dollars into the city to help people get around better, I am all for. So thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to compete with Councilmember Thompson's basic summary, so I won't. And it may be premature, but no one else raised their card, so I'm going to move the recommended action. Or is there a recommended action? I don't know. I'm going to be in support.
Councilmember Thompson.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to authorize the mayor to sign the attached letter stating the city's intent to plan for a countywide growth center in the 2024 Imagine Bothell Comprehensive Plan update in a manner that is consistent with the King County Center's framework, with a second by Councilmember Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Mayor Olson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr,
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you both. On to our council conversations. Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to I want to create a conversation around the different options that we might be looking at for the opening or closing Main Street. I have heard, and you have heard, many, many emails. And I think we talked about doing this sometime in September, but I'm thinking we should start that conversation in early September so that the community can have some choices about what we might do and what they'll support. I've heard so many people say that they want to keep it closed, but there should be other options. So I hope in early September we can start this discussion.
I'm always happy to have that discussion.
And secondly, I guess I'm just going to thank the Arts Commission for the painting of the ecology blocks at the entrance to Main Street on both sides. They're exceptionally well done and everyone's enjoying them. So thank you.
I agree. They look so festive and they make it much more friendly than the big stop detour sign. So, and I completely agree. I'd like to look into options for keeping Main Street closed.
Do we just jump in?
Jump right in.
So yeah, it's really interesting. As I talk to folks, a lot of folks want it closed on some level, and there's flexibility. So it'll be fun to hear all the ideas that people are noodling around, and the blocks. Who knew the orange striped barricades could look so good? Those blocks really. I'm like, wow. Those striped blockades actually look good, and it's all because of the blocks. So at any rate, I just have one thing before we all break for summer is to say, when we come back in person, if any of you come early, I hope you like Highland music, because we have a international competitive band that is local and it's our kids. And so I've asked them if they would come play 5:30 at night on our first night back in person. So I'll keep you posted. So far it's green light, and I'm really excited to, as sad as it is to see summer go away, I'm excited to see you guys all in person again.
I'm not ready to say goodbye to summer yet, though. Like, that made me sad when you're like, go away. Hold on. It just got here.
Can I ask, I feel like I read somewhere, but now I'm confused. Are we having some music on the plaza in August? Because I want to make sure to know when that is so I can get it on my calendar.
We are 2 days.
One
Well,
will be on the plaza, one will be at Park at Bothell Landing.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And the park at Bothell Landing may have, I understand we have some chalk artists that are going to come and do something really fantastic. They may be doing that a few days before the event at the landing.
Do it.
In the amphitheater.
Are the dates on the calendar or on the city website?
Yeah, I think so. It's like the...
Just a call out to my friends, remind me. Because I missed the food truck rodeo and I was really sad about it.
Oh, so much fun. I think the 23rd is the last one. So 2 weeks before that, Tom, do you know? Because you're emceeing that one.
The 13th is the first one.
Okay. So it's 2 weeks after that, those 2 Fridays. Oh, 28th. Maybe it's 28th. I'd have to look at the Wednesday. What is the August calendar? 28th, 29th?
13, 27.
There you go. That's it. And who enjoyed today's rain?
My
Bring it on.
plants, I swear I could hear a sigh of relief from my plants. It was so great. And then after about 3 hours, I was like, okay, I'm done. Where's the sun?
Well, I was out walking at 7:30 this morning and I looked up and went, what is that falling out of the sky?
Well, and the weather report didn't even have it. It wasn't even on there, which was crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're hearing your plants talk to you, it's probably a good thing the sun is back out.
Or it's a sign that you had better just take a little break.
Yeah.
Hey, plants talk to you. They do.
They do. I feel like they do. Anyway.
And I want you to know I did disappear for a few minutes tonight, but it was because a deer came up to my window.
Oh.
Yeah. And I had to run outside and take its picture.
Nice. So our next meeting is like is it the first Tuesday or the second Tuesday? Because Labor Day of September.
September 7th.
Yeah.
Summon Paul.
From nowhere.
Thank you, Paul.
If you stay ready.
He's listening.
No, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. I'm just saying.
And we won't know. When will we know if we're going to be doing that at City Hall or still on camera?
That's still up to the governor. So the COVID protocols are still in place.
Okay.
And I think, as everyone knows, the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus is spreading. And so it's a little uncertain. But the legislature and the governor had the sense to not rescind the proclamation, the emergency proclamation that allows for the flexibility to adapt to whatever the circumstances are. So that's doesn't really provide you great information, but that's where we are.
Cases are going the wrong way.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
If anybody's still watching, which you're probably not, you probably went to bed a while ago, go get vaccinated if you haven't already.
Yeah, good point.
All right, we should probably let staff call it a night, you guys.
Oh wait, no, that's my job.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Rosemary had a card.
I can't wait till we're back in person and we ask for, it's time, we vote on
adjourning.
closing, and we got the Tom no vote every time. I miss those days.
So that one time everyone votes no and we can't leave.
Those 3 meetings before we started doing this.
Well, for you anyway.
Well, that was my point.
Did we have a second? I did move.
Oh, second.
Oh, wait. Can we just collectively just tell staff thank you for holding down the fort while we're trying to
You cannot. There's a motion and a second to adjourn. So there should be discussion on that. And then no, you can't.
Everybody but Paul.
That was awesome.
Right.
One last one. You got it in there.
Good.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
All right, we're adjourned. Thanks. Have a great August.
Night.
Have a great summer. Take care.
Yep.